Good evening. I'd like to call to order this Anoka-Hennepin School Board meeting for today, June 23rd, 2025. Please join the board in pledging our allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, our first order of business is to approve the board agenda. Is there a motion to approve the board agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Langenfeld. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director DeShane. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will all those in favor of approving the board agenda say aye? Aye. Any opposed say nay. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the agenda is approved. So our first recognition, or our recognition tonight is, sorry about that, agenda item 4A, the Anoka-Hennepin Schools Destination Imagination Teams Global Finalist Teams Participant. Welcome Lynn Montgomery, Destination Imagination State Director and District DI Coordinator.
Thank you, Superintendent McIntyre and members of the school board. It is an honor and a privilege for me to bring this year's Anoka-Hennepin Global Finals teams to this meeting. As in past years, close to 150,000 students from around the world all competed to create their best solutions to one of 6 challenge areas: engineering, fine arts, science, improvisation, technology, or community service. Only the top 1% of those students advanced to global finals. And this year, Minnesota qualified 12 teams to represent Minnesota in the global finals competition. And I'm very pleased to share with the board that 6 of the 12 were Anoka-Hennepins, okay, which is truly amazing. 4 elementary, 1 middle school, and 1 secondary level. On the first night of the competition, there is always an opening ceremony. And so if you would, Jim, would you advance for us so we can, yeah, there we go. And the opening ceremonies, think the Olympics, in that they have representatives from each state and world country to carry their state flag and their state sign as they travel around. There's thousands of teams, families, spectators, officials, judges in something like the Target Center kind of arena feel. And they march around. Anoka-Hennepin, because of our large number of teams, were selected to pick 6 representatives. So we chose representatives from each of the teams coming, okay? And if you're kind of wondering, they're down there on the right, if you're kind of wondering about the fishing attire, one of the traditions at Global Finals is each state and country chooses to create a pin set that represents their state. So China frequently has dragon pins, and you might find from California surfboarding pins. Well, in honor of our 10,000 lakes, we created fishing lures, okay, which were very big pin traders, and so I saved the very last set for the school board. I don't think you'll get any fish with them, but I'll leave them with Debbie so that you each have your own piece, because the kids were saying, really? They should have something. Yeah. So yes, you have your own fishing lures. All right, here we go. Okay, so here we go. I am so excited to share with you the teams. Our first team that I'm going to introduce is our first elementary team is from Rum River Elementary. They are a first-year team that chose the scientific challenge, and so if they will come in, the team members are Sasha Curry, Simone Evers, Toltu Abraham, Gracie Lewis, Gianna Mackey, Claire Osterud, and Nora Quackenbruce. And so Toltu, if you'll come right up here to Mr. Adet, and they will give you the medals, and then we'll turn and face this way. Come on over by me, and we'll turn and face this way so we can get a good picture. Perfect. And as I shared with the teams, everyone is the best of the best that's at this competition. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of teams in your challenge area. So if you even place in the top 50, it is amazing. And this first year elementary team placed 35th in the world. So I'm very, very proud of them. And that, I'm going to, at this point, I was going to share, their team manager is Krista Wyvell-Fink, and she is unfortunately in Alaska with her family on a well-deserved vacation, so she's not with us. But I do want to acknowledge the principal of Rum River, because he has been absolutely phenomenal in his support of Destination Imagination, and that's Mr. Jeff Clausio. No, not the picture.
Okay, Lynn, we get the photo time?
Now, you're going to take photos, yes, that's
We
it.
got a guy on
We'll,
the side. Perfect, thank you, Matt.
no.
And then we have, okay, we'll take a couple here, then the families will come up. Thank you.
I know, it's just so.
I don't know, Gerard, if you wanted to invite family members to come forward if they'd like to take photos.
Yep. If family members want to come up to take photos, please do that now.
Perfect, now, team, yep, if you will walk out over that way, just walk over that way.
Great
Yep,
job,
straight
thank
down.
you.
There we go. Our next team is also from Rum River. This is the engineering team, and their challenge this year was very complex in that they needed to design a vehicle that would remotely transport as much weight as possible up an inclined wire. It was called the High Wire Act. And so this team, please come up, Jacob Ball, come on right up here to Mr. Audette, yep. Ashton Beha, Natalie Clark, Rashmika Nepal, Mariah Paddock, Lindy Payer, and Essie Sikora. This team was also managed by Krista Wyvell-Fink, and this team placed 21st in the world. Mr. Clausio, will you come back up and join them? Yep. And I'm also going to ask for Julie Walduck to come up. Julie Walduck assisted in the coaching of this team, and then one other one. So perfect, yes.
And if family members want to come up and take pictures, oh, yep.
Okay, if you guys want to work on your way back. And now our third elementary team is from Oxbow Creek Elementary. They chose the improvisation challenge. The spontaneous 7, some of them were brand new to this challenge. Others had joined us with a different challenge the year before. Again, advancing to globals for the first time. A special piece for them is they did such a phenomenal job. They were selected by, their performance was selected to be filmed, and their team was selected to be interviewed for promotional materials and for how to do an improvisational challenge for next year. So that was quite a highlight for them, and you see them being videoed there. Team members are Athena Hong, Henry McNatton, Quinn Ann Tran, Emma Tran, Maris Vaughn, right up there, and Nolan Vandervet. And come on over, everybody. And their team manager is Min Kwa, and she is a parent at Oxbow. I would like her to come up and be recognized, as well as the principal from Oxbow Creek, who has been, again, very, very supportive of the students' work in Destination Imagination, Melissa Munson. And in case I didn't say it, but this team placed 15th in the world.
Perfect, okay, thank you. They know how to take pictures on. the award. Okay, thank you.
And if parents would like to come up and take pictures, now's your chance.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. And now our fourth team, which is also from Rum River Elementary, they also chose the improvisational challenge. The Preppy Pink Penguins are team members Eleanor Brosh, Emily Cleary, Jackson Cox, Noah Cox, Amelia Mattis, and Mila Riley. Their team managers are teachers Julie Walduck and Ann Mattis, and they placed 13th in the world. And then, Mr. Clausio, will you join these people for their picture too? And Julie and Ann, that would be great.
Yeah,
And I can take that if you want, Julie. Okay.
it's gonna work. One more. Thank you.
And parents, if you'd like to come
Family?
up and take photos.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, team. And now our middle school team, representing Oakview Middle School. They also this year chose the improvisational challenge. The Jazzy Rabbits, they did just a phenomenal job, and you see them pictured on one of the pictures with the actually the appraisers that watch everything they do. That's probably the hardest part about improv, is that they do the research and study travel kinds of things, and this time destination locations, et cetera, but they don't know what they're getting, and they literally have to create the solution in front of an audience, all right? So team members here, Anas Equel, RJ Frovick, Colin Lewandowski, Harlan Richards, Kaylin Shoddy, Rylan Smith, and their team managers were Laura Martins and Nancy Shoddy. They placed 24th in the world. They were just amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, couple picks. Here we go, right here, thank you. Another one, and one more. Thank you.
Friends and family,
Family?
please feel free to come and take
Yeah,
photos.
you can do some family ones after. All right, thank you, guys. There we go, there we go, up there. And I would be remiss if I did not share with you our high school team. Unfortunately, they are not able to be with us, as half of their team is at another educational experience in Europe currently, in Spain. So I said I would let them skip, okay, coming, all right, and I would get their medals. But this team they did the Community Service Challenge. The team members are Garrett Bauer, Ryan Cullen, Andrew Francis, and Karsten Furness. Their team manager is Janae Bauer. What's very amazing about this is they placed 7th in the world, and this is the 3rd year they have been in the top 10 internationally. Truly an amazing opportunity and piece for them. And their work this year in community service, again, was on choices you make as a teenager and how to be successful in the world. So it was very interesting. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the board and the superintendent for all of the incredible support for DI. It is just truly an amazing and life-changing experience for kids.
So Linda,
thank you
stay
very
at the
much.
table for a moment, please. Board members, you've already picked up on this. If you know Lynn or spent any time with Lynn, she doesn't like the spotlight. And she's very humble, just wouldn't even take the photos with them. But so I just need to take a moment to kind of recognize Lynn. You know, your focus is always on our students in this program. And I have to recognize, it's necessary to recognize your outstanding record of service for over 40 years.
I'm feeling
Anoka-Hennepin
very
schools.
old, Corey.
And growing and maintaining this program.
thank you.
And there's no doubt you've made a lasting difference in the school
thank you.
district for all you've done. If you look back in time, this started as Odyssey of the Mind. And as state director, and I think you were also North Metro Regional Director.
Yeah.
Your efforts really resulted in Anoka-Hennepin hosting
Yes,
our events
yeah,
over
yeah.
the years as kind of the hub of so many proud hosts of those events. So I think our records at least show that the first Olympics of the Mind event for the state of Minnesota was at Morris By
elementary
Elementary.
school.
And Yeah, you did that with Dr. Don Rodio. I
Yes,
believe.
yes. Are you going to say the year now, Mr.? 1984. We were the very
Yeah,
first district in the state to ever do this type of creative problem-solving piece. Yeah.
So that's a great example of you were ahead of your time.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
You were ahead of your time, and somehow you just kept innovating in your work with our district. And, you know, I want to also call out the Anoka-Hennepin Educational Foundation, your work with Anoka-Hennepin retired educators, you're active, I see you all the time at Anoka Rotary Club meetings and your activity there, all making positive impact. So just also want to acknowledge that you started with us as a classroom teacher at Morris By Elementary, Adams Elementary, before moving into district level roles in a number of ways, also serving as Assistant Director of Student Services. So just, Lynn, thank you for all you've done, all the impact you've had on so many students over the years, and we just want to take a moment to recognize you, okay?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to the Anoka-Hennepin Schools Destination Imagination Global Finals teams. Give everybody a minute to file out. All right. In the meantime, members, the next item on our agenda is item 5, the consent agenda. As normal, members can remove items for separate consideration and discussion if that's their desire. With that being said, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Director DeShane. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Langenfeld. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will all those in favor say aye? Aye. Any opposed say nay. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, our consent agenda is approved. All right, our next agenda item is item 6, the Communications, Delegations, and Petitions section of our meeting. This is time for community members to provide input directly to the school board about issues that fall within the school board's authority. We plan this agenda item for 15 minutes. Our policy allows for community members to speak for up to 5 minutes, but if there are several persons that want to speak, the chair has the discretion to reduce the time to comment, to hear from all, and also to keep the meeting on schedule. During times of large community input, we have been flexible in allowing the meeting to run late. Tonight, we have 15 cards. So to keep the meeting on time, or as close to as possible, I will ask individuals to keep their comments to 2 minutes. I will ask Co-Chair DeShane to monitor a timer, and if you run over, she will ask you to wrap up your comments quickly. We welcome written testimony if you have more to say than time allows. And please complete a yellow card and provide it to Ms. Kofsky so that we can provide a written follow-up. A couple of procedural reminders. Our meeting participation procedures are in place to assure open and orderly public comments, as well as to protect the due process and privacy rights of individuals under the law. Speakers use the specific names of students, staff, or board members. I will need to interrupt and/or stop the speaker. Please remember to direct your comments to the school board chair. Members of the audience, please listen respectfully. If the board cannot hear speakers, I may reset the timer and allow speakers to be heard. Audience members that disrupt this portion may be asked to leave for the remainder of the meeting. With all of that being said, our first speaker is Scott Mackey. Welcome to the board.
All right. Good evening, co-chairs, board members, and superintendent. My name is Scott Mackey. I am the boys swim and dive coach for Andover High School. I'm here because during the last work session, a question was asked about how many schools have competitive swimming and how do they maintain them. To answer that question, we checked Minnesota State High School League websites and collected data that swimming is a priority across the state. Anoka-Hennepin is considered a AA school for swimming out of 129 AA high school teams or schools. Only 4% of Class AA schools, just 6 of them do not offer competitive swimming and diving. 100% of high schools with populations comparable to Anoka-Hennepin schools offer competitive swimming and diving. Among the high schools with student populations over 500 students, 92% of them offer competitive swimming and diving. So eliminating or underfunding schools would be a downgrade for our school district. To help answer this question about how to maintain things, a few years back, Mounds View School District has similar issues with pools. They shut down 2 pools, Edgewood Middle School and Irondale High School pool. They shut them down because they were falling apart. But they ended up rebuilding a brand new facility at Edgewood Middle School that now hosts
10 seconds.
Irondale High School and Irondale High School and a competitive swimming club. So, in conclusion, I would ask that when it comes to making decisions, either repair or remodel schools or to our pools.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jill, sorry if I mispronounced your last name, Reimler?
I could choose. I'm going middle. Hi. I'm here today to speak to you guys in regards to some comments that were made at a previous board meeting that I have watched several times. I am the parent of a Champlain Park softball senior. The Minnesota School Board Association oath that you guys all took states that you will strive to work together to foster excellence for every student in areas including citizenship and personal development. The oath also states that you will create an environment designated to ensure that all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential. Comments were made by a few board members that make me question their commitment, qualification, and understanding of the oath that they took. Some could say that I have a unique perspective because I have a daughter who played within the Champlain Park community since the age of 3 years old. She was a 4-year starter on the varsity team and a pitcher. She has grown up alongside her teammates and has learned valuable lessons in humanity. We as adults can learn and should take lessons from these kids. They are very kind and they are inclusive more than we are. They play together during the high school season and they play against each other in the summer season. They are family when they play together on the field, and when they compete against each other, they embrace it. A board member used the word discriminate multiple times, so I'd like to give you the legal definition of that word. Discrimination is the unfair or unequal treatment of any individual based on certain characteristics. I stand before you today, I'm actually sitting, so I apologize.
10 seconds.
I didn't know I'd be sitting, but I sit before you today and could not be more proud of my own daughter and her family on the field, as they are the perfect example of how not to discriminate and how to be inclusive.
Please
I would like to
conclude your
give them the
remarks.
proper accolades on their accomplishments. Congratulations, Rebels, on winning state. This team has not lost their sport. They are playing the sport in the spirit of humanity and elite athleticism. Way to go, Champlain Park High School, for creating an inclusive environment with top-notch coaches that create all-stars on and off the field. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Reese Reimler.
Hello, I'm also speaking on behalf of Champlain Park and their softball team, and I'd first just like to thank the board for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you all. I'm an alumni of the Champlain Park softball team, and many outsiders have commented on how it's important to teach the younger generation teamwork and sportsmanship, which I agree is very valuable. That being said, teamwork is the biggest aspect in softball. Some of the best players I know don't even get the opportunity to make it to state because it takes 9 outstanding players to get there. It disappoints me, as board members, you assume there is an advantage in this game without fully understanding the sport, specifically as it pertains to pitching. I want to bring awareness to the fact that there was absolutely nothing unfair our team had presented. The only advantage a male could possibly bring to pitching is velocity. As if you were curious, our pitcher was averaging 61 miles per hour, while our opponent on Bloomington Jefferson was averaging 64 miles per hour, a 3 mile per hour difference. As a former pitcher myself, I am well aware of how much dedication and time it takes to become even slightly effective in this sport. Despite all the hate and outside noise our team had endured, we stuck together and continued to play as not just teammates, but as family. Our team's accomplishment is truly a reflection on everyone's combined efforts and relentless training. Thank you to the board member who spoke up in support of our team on this topic, and I could not have been more proud of this team and what we accomplished, and I would not change a thing. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dean Helters. Again, sorry if I misread it.
All right, thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I've lived in the northwest suburbs pretty much my entire life, over 50 years. I am married. I'm a proud father of 3 daughters, all who, as of recently now, have graduated from Champlain Park High School. All 3 of them fell in love with the game of softball at a young age. As a father, some of my fondest memories with my kids are out on the ball fields with them. My youngest daughter was part of this year's state champion Rebels team referred to earlier. She's definitely going to take the great memories from this year with her as she continues to play at college next year. At the previously before mentioned June 9th school board meeting, very partisan and honestly a bit naive statements undermining the accomplishments of that team were made, as well as a personal attack on me as a father. As someone who's actually quite qualified to speak about girls' sports in Minnesota, I'm just going to emphasize a few points. First, softball's a team sport. I've already been said, 9 players out on the field at a time. We had a roster of 15 through most of the year, 15 people. If you didn't personally watch the games, you're not qualified to pass judgment on anything that occurred. The statements that were made were clearly based on negative, extremely biased social media posts, not on what actually occurred on the field. So I have a challenge for you. Go back and watch the games. They're available. Watch a few of them. Watch the 24 we won and the 2 we lost. All of them will show you something that I don't think a lot of people get, which is number one, we have easily the best hitting team in the state. That's the number one reason we won the state championship. Number two, we've got one of the best fielding teams in the state. Number three, we're a team with not 1 but 3 solid pitchers. And by the way, as previously referenced, none of them were the strongest or fastest pitchers in the
10
state.
seconds.
None of them. So in closing, living this firsthand, it's taught me that these situations are way more complicated than you might think. Don't assume you know what me and other fathers are doing or not doing for their children. The team's deserving of an apology. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Carrie Cottsmith.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the time to speak to you all this evening. I'm also a parent of a Champlin Park varsity softball player. During the last board meeting, some concerns were raised regarding the inclusion of a transgender player on our softball team with the stated aim of protecting girls' opportunities. While respecting the board's commitment to ensure equal opportunities for all students, I strongly disagree with any notion that including a transgender student athlete diminishes the achievements of our entire team. The success of the championship team was a result of years of dedication, rigorous training, exceptional teamwork by all members. Their accomplishments include D1, D2, and D3 college commits. We had all-star selections out of that team. Those all speak for themselves. This team of girls was stacked with talent, as you've heard. So to suggest that their state championship was not earned or credible because we happen to have a transgender player is not only unfounded, but also deeply dismissive of the team's hard work, talent, and skills. Ironically, that type of dismissiveness is exactly what women have been enduring for years. Our contributions and abilities being continuously overlooked and undervalued, which is a direct contrast to protecting girls' opportunities. I respectfully ask the board to thoughtfully consider next time the time and place to share those political views, to connect those views to a moment that was intended to celebrate our championship was hurtful to the entire team, the coaches, and the parents and families. If members have an issue with the current Minnesota High School State League, please take it up with them and leave our daughters out of it, because I can tell you one thing, my daughter didn't need your protection, she needed your support during the season.
10 seconds.
Our varsity softball team championship was earned under the current policies and deserves to be recognized, celebrated by the district leadership, and not dismissed, not overlooked, and not undervalued.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Brad Johnson.
I had requested to be last on this because I'm speaking for 2 people, one of which is my wife, who's deployed to the Middle East with the 133rd Airlift Wing. So I'd ask a little bit of grace with this. My name is Brad Johnson. I'm the father of Abigail and Leilani Johnson. I'm also the county attorney, but I'm here today as Brad the dad, as my shirt says. Daisy would be here tonight, but she is deployed, as I indicated. I want to talk about 3 topics very quickly: the budget, the vision, and why it is important when you consider the pools in our district. We have big jobs. The public looks to us to maintain and increase the service we provide to our communities in a fiscally responsible way. That means multitasking, avoiding waste, and investing in critical infrastructure and the talent we need. The Fred Moore Pool, the home of the Tornadoes, where I went to school, and now the Huskies, and the Northdale Pool, the home of the Cardinals and the Bengals, and the site for the True Team sectionals are critical infrastructure. They must now be prioritized. I know something about how these hard decisions are made, and how hard it is to speak to other electeds and also to our constituents about the reasons why now, why so much, etc. If you need help having those conversations in the community, I offer myself to stand with you in that process. With respect to the vision and plans for this, I know from watching the prior work session that you're talking about a combined total of 9 to 12 million for mechanical and structural repairs. I was a little disheartened, I have to tell you, to see less than 2.5 million is budgeted for next year. It's not acceptable. I'll disagree with the notion that you would be frustrated if you walked in after the updating because you wouldn't see any changes. Here's the reality. If you do not take care of this critical infrastructure, you'll walk in and see blight and ruin in our schools. It's unacceptable. Worse, you won't have a swim and dive program for these young men and women, and that's not acceptable to anyone either. These decisions are similar to those that the county board is currently faced with having to decide to build a new jail and a new parking garage, except here, you're clearly investing in the future of our children rather than in the day-to-day public safety of our community.
10 seconds.
I'm going to ask for a little bit of grace, Mr. Chair. Engage with your community, your Parks and Recs department, the county if necessary to play a role in this process, but you need to prioritize more than 2 to 2.4 million per year for this. Why is this important? Pools are where leaders are made. I want you to take the opportunity to go over to these pools and spend a moment with the banners that are in there. Listen to Coach Nicole, who's here. Think about the leaders that you have in this community, the Berkelids, the Big Ten swimmers like Reese Dien, my daughter Abigail, who is one of next year's captains whose dream it is to attend the U.S. Air Force Academy, where she was in camp this last week. I took swimming lessons in the Fred Moore pool. Pools are where young people are challenged, they experience setbacks, they grow, they push their boundaries, and they learn how to support one another. They learn about teamwork, cheering the underdog, self-sacrifice, and moral courage. Leaders are forged in difficult and challenging situations like the ones you are faced with today. Leadership can be a deep dive, but all you have to do is take a look around you and you will see the investment pays dividends that far exceed the dollars spent. We have all come today to defend your decisions to make and improve these pools, or to maintain and improve these pools. And if you want to help shape a vision for the district and these pools in them, this community is here to support you. Thank you. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Anoka-Hennepin.
Good evening, all, and thanks for this opportunity to speak to the school board. I am the parent of 3 Champlin Park High School graduates. The youngest recently graduated. This is her commencement bulletin. On it, I was reminded of what CPHS stands for, our values, which are cooperation, pride, high expectations, and success. Nowhere were these school values exemplified more than during the recent postseason play of my same daughter's Champlin Park softball team. This team of girls grew up playing together in youth softball. They now spend their summers and falls and winters honing their skills, traveling the country, playing for elite teams. This year, we watched them become laser focused on their long-term goal of being the first Champlin Park softball team to make state. We had 7 seniors who helped guide the path, and as they held extra practices and almost weekly team bonding events at each other's homes or at the local DQ. As my daughter said, they were dialed in and more than just teammates, but also friends. They not only made state, but they went on to reach the championship game and win. Through it all, this team of teenagers faced social media mistruths, gossip, harassment, and also comments around the fields, even though they were doing nothing wrong. They persevered on and off the fields with grace and composure beyond their years. How do you think the student athletes felt when they heard that a congratulatory message at the school board meeting was hijacked by 2 members who decided to instead make disparaging comments and ridicule their accomplishment? School board members are supposed to be champions for students, all students, and model respect. It wasn't the time nor the place for such comments. Truly, this team is owed an apology. They modeled the decorum that those school board members lacked. I would ask our Anoka-Hennepin School Board members to never use our students as pawns in complicated conversations and not use school board meeting time to put their own political or religious agendas above their rights, protections, and respect the district and the state gives to students, to all students. I know the team might not get that apology, but no worries, we are rebels strong. Our team accomplishment was attempted to be erased, but it failed. We are very thankful for the support of our school, the parents, our community, and the school board members who did attend some games. We'll try the announcement again. Congratulations to our Champlin Park Rebels, champions of Class 4A Minnesota State Softball.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Caitlin Hill.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Hill. I proudly represent Champlin Park softball as assistant varsity coach. First, I want to thank the members of the board who support our district areas, and to our administrators and Superintendent McIntyre who supported us through a historic season. On top of getting to watch extremely high-level softball, your presence at games, your cheers from the stands, and your encouragement meant the world to our team, and it showed what it truly means to serve all of your students. I'm also here tonight to speak on behalf of 16 incredible student athletes, 15 players, 1 student manager, who just became state champions. And I'm also here to address the deeply concerning comments made by some at the last school board meeting. What should have been a moment of celebration for our team completing a first in school history instead became an attempt to discredit their accomplishments. Let me be clear. They worked incredibly hard. They earned every win, and they did it with grit, grace, and unity. As a former tri-sport athlete of this very school, and now I have the pleasure of being their coach, I know firsthand what sports can do. They build strength, resilience, discipline, confidence, and lifelong bonds. That's exactly what this team embodied every single day. At the start of our season, we chose 5 words: positive attitude, trust, discipline, unselfishness, and confidence as values of what we need to lead our team to success. Every player bought into those values, every practice, every game, every tough moment. They weren't just words, they were actions, and this team lived those values. That's how they built that legacy. This wasn't a one-person success story, it was collective. This team played for the name on the front of their jersey and not the one on the back. They sacrificed personal stats for team wins. They lifted each other up on and off the field. They practiced 6 days a week, supported each other through pressure and injury, and they never lost sight of what really matters, which is each other. Yet some adults in this room try to undermine their success because of divisive rhetoric that tries to question who belongs, who is worthy, and who gets to be celebrated. That kind of thinking has no place in our schools, it has no place in our sports, and it has no place in our community. This team exemplified Champlin Park's rebel values of responsibility, empathy, belonging, equity, leadership, and service through and through. The issue here is trying to strip young athletes of their joy because you don't agree with who is standing beside them. Let's not forget who they are. They broke last season's record with a near-perfect 24-2 season. They graduated 7 seniors, 5 or more of whom will continue playing collegiate-level sports.
10 seconds.
They made game-changing defensive plays you had to see to believe. 3 players collected 100 or more career hits. They brought home all state, all conference, all section, all academic awards, and supplied all-star players. They're phenomenal role models for our youth, and they're state champions. Even more importantly, they're leaders. They're inclusive, they're empathetic, and they're exactly what we want our children to be. They give me hope for a future that doesn't discriminate, hate, or exclude, but instead embraces courage, compassion, and dignity in every individual. A future led by young people who choose unity over division, who show up for one another every single day. And that proves that inclusion makes us stronger. If you claim you support female sports, support them and come to a game. Don't let fear disguise itself as fairness. Don't let bias masquerade as concern. What these girls built is way more important and more powerful than a trophy. So with that, board members, let me assist you. Congratulations, Rebels. You earned that championship with every ounce of sweat, heart, and determination. You didn't win a title, you made history. Stand proud, and you are everything a champion team should be and more. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Anoka-Hennepin.
Good evening, board members. I'm Anoka-Hennepin, head coach of the Anoka girls and boys teams. 1987 Anoka grad, and a member of the swim team for all 3 years when I was in high school. Also, a mom to 3 boys who are members of the Anoka boys swimming and diving teams from 2008 to 2016. Swimming and diving offers our students a unique blend of benefits that reach well beyond the pool. Being on the team creates consistency in routine, resilience, and goal setting, habits that translate into exceptional self-discipline, stress management, and time management skills. The academic payoff is measurable. Across Anoka-Hennepin's 8 high school programs that participated this year, 6 teams earned Coaches Association Silver Academic Awards with GPAs between 3.5 and 3.74. 2 more reached the gold standard, Champlain Park Girls at 3.81 and Anoka Girls at 3.91. Our athletes are proving that excellence in sport can drive excellence in school. From 2020 to 2022, Anoka-Hennepin had 7 individual state champions in swimming, an incredible achievement that speaks to the strength of our programs. In 2024, 3 of our alumni from Andover, Anoka, and Blaine qualified for the U.S. Olympic trials. While in high school, each had to travel 25 to 50 minutes to club practices because no year-round teams exist on the Anoka County side of the district. Many student athletes also go on to swim or dive at the collegiate level, continuing their success in both academics and athletics. Swimming and diving prepares students for life, both in and out of the water. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Mike Phillips.
Good evening, co-chairs and members of the board. My name is Mike Phillips. I'm a teacher at Champlain Park High School, and I'm here tonight to stand in support of and solidarity with the students and families of my community, something I was disappointed to see multiple board members unwilling to do at their last work session. Instead, those board members, in their role as public servants, came to a meeting with prepared remarks aimed primarily at ostracizing a child they're supposed to be supporting, while also diminishing the accomplishments of an entire team of students who worked incredibly hard to win a state championship. The comments made by those board members during a time that was set aside for celebrating the successes of our community were outrageous, appalling, and factually incorrect. Ironically, I'm prohibited from naming or pointing out the specific board members who chose to single out and denigrate one of the students they're supposed to be serving in their roles as board members, but I hope those members specifically can find the decency to do better. Letting personal ideology lead to statements like theirs is unbefitting of their role as board members and actively harmful to the community they were elected to serve. I asked them to figure out how to serve all of our students or consider stepping down if they can't set their ideology aside in order to support students. Our students deserve a board who will celebrate them and their successes, not one who will tear them down to score political points. If you can't find it in yourselves to do that, you're in the wrong place. Again, please do better.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Cadence Brandon.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Anoka swim and dive team. My experience on the swim team is something I could never compare to anything I've ever done before. It was one of the greatest things I've ever done, and I can't imagine my life without it. I'm speaking here today because I want the team to stay available not only for myself, but for my friends and future swimmers to be able to have the chance to be on this team. 2024 was my first year on the swim team. I was new to the district, swimming in general, and I was coming back to school after 5 years of homeschooling. I had no friends, no prior sports experience, and I was recovering from a shoulder injury. Since being on the team, I've made some of my best friends, improved not only my physical health, but my mental health as well, and made some of my favorite memories. I not only learned to shave seconds off my personal record or perfect my stroke, I learned how to be a good teammate, friend, and athlete, and how to set goals for myself and work for them. I'll forever be grateful to my coaches and teammates for that. The swim team is such a supportive, welcoming, and kind group of people. I've never seen another sport quite like it. This is why I believe everyone should have the opportunity to join the swim team and have the experience that I had. If we lose the swim team, many students would not lose just a sport, but a source of friendship, confidence, and purpose. Students deserve the chance to not only do the sport they love, but learn lifelong lessons and make lifelong friendships. My experience on the team has been nothing but positive, and I want other students to be able to experience that too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ruth Guy.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ruth, and I'm a class of 2023 graduate of Anoka High School, where I spent 4 years as part of the swim and dive team. Now, as a college athlete, I can say with full confidence that the pool and the swim and dive program played a major role in shaping who I am today. Being at the Fred Moore Pool has become second nature to me and my family, as my oldest brother started on the swim team in 2016, and my youngest brother just finished his 3rd year on the team as a freshman. With spending almost 10 years at the pool as a spectator and an athlete, I've learned valuable skills that have helped carry me through life. Closing the pool wouldn't just take away a facility, it would take away a community, a support system, and an opportunity for countless students to grow in ways that go far beyond athletics. Swim and dive taught me discipline, time management, gave me friendships that carried me through high school, and a sense of belonging that I know many students need. I understand budgets are tight, but the value of this program can't be measured in dollars. It's measured in the confidence as it builds and the future it helps. As I mentioned before, I'm a collegiate diver at Minnesota State University Moorhead, studying speech, language, and hearing sciences, and without the Anoka swim and dive team, my future would look nothing like it does today. Please don't take away the opportunity I had away from the next generation. Keep the pool open and keep the team alive. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Rod Kuhn.
Good evening. Until recently, I've been a lifelong Democrat. My interest has always been civil liberties. After 1965, the South turned Republican because of the Voting Rights Act that drove a dagger into the heart of Jim Crow black voter suppression. Since then, I've associated Republicans with bigotry and Democrats with civil liberties. Then came Vietnam, the Central American proxy wars, Bush's war, and now the genocidal war in Gaza, all of which were ginned up with lies and all of which were supported by Democrats. Finally, the silence of Democrats and our DFL regarding CRT made them complicit in the maintenance of systemic racism. I resigned my position as outreach officer and quit the party. Does that make me a Republican? Not likely. As noted, the Republican Party has been the party of segregation since 1965. In May 2020, George Floyd was publicly lynched by the Minneapolis police. The resulting groundswell of outrage alarmed the white supremacists. 4 months after the lynching, Christopher Rufo appealed to Trump via a Fox News broadcast to stop CRT because, he claimed, CRT was anti-white and divisive. The complaint was a flat-out fraud that flourished unimpeded because Democrats and our DFL decided to abandon both black community and educational legitimacy. Ironically, the denomination most supportive of Trump and previous generations of slavery and segregation claims CRT is unchristian. My reading of the Bible clearly indicates that the overwhelming message of Jesus is to love your neighbor, a lesson amplified by CRT, SEL, and DEI. Some folks want us to return to the basic academics, but public education was always emphasized moral duty and moral standards. The McGuffey Reader was full of moral guidance. The call for straight academics is a national effort designed to obstruct teaching the truth about our history, as well as love your neighbor.
10 seconds.
How then do we prepare our children for a world in which murderous lies are normalized through generations by both Republicans and Democrats? How do we teach our kids to recognize malevolent manipulation? How do we impart the confidence and courage required to teach their hearts and stand tall for the transcendent? The clearest way is to teach and model respect for each other, to avoid being stampeded into seeing our neighbor as an other who is undeserving of respect and the right to their pursuit of happiness. Furthermore, we should model outrage when leaders are caught trying to manipulate us through the use of lies, especially when a member
Please
of our
finish
own
up your comments.
SEL helps students sort out these difficult questions. Think of it as an updated McGuffey's.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Abby Johnson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Abby Johnson. I've been competitively swimming for around 9 years now, and as a rising junior, this next year will be my 4th year swimming for the Anoka High School and my 1st year as captain. I'm here to speak on something more than just a sport. Our high school swim team isn't just about practices or competition, it's about people. It's a community that builds and fosters healthy relationships and grows leaders in ways that extend beyond just the pool. On a swim team, you learn quickly the importance of self-drive and teamwork, whether it's cheering for your team, not giving up in practices or races, or showing up with the rest of your team, all still asleep at 5:30 a.m. for morning practices before school. It's about commitment to the betterment of yourself and to each other. These aren't just friendships, they're lifelong bonds, built on trust, shared struggle, and respect. A swim team teaches leadership not through titles, but through action. Upperclassmen lead by example. They aren't just fast, they are the ones who show up early, pick up people when they're down, and hold the team accountable. They are the role models, and the younger swimmers learn to grow into these roles, building confidence and a sense of responsibility along the way. This isn't just valuable in the pool, but at school, in our academic lives too. Cutting the swim program doesn't just take away a sport. It takes away a space where students learn what it means to be part of something bigger than themselves, where they develop grit, empathy, and leadership. Skills they carry into every corner of their lives, from the classroom to their future careers. The sport of swimming is an investment in character, in community, and in the future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Our next speaker is Abby Montag. Again, sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
It's Abby Montague, no problem. Everyone does it. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to you and the board. I am here as a pediatrician, but more importantly, as a parent of 2 little boys who go to Sunrise Elementary School. And members of my neighborhood and I had raised concerns about the proposed transportation boundaries for Sunrise as well as other elementary schools in the area. I appreciate on the latest version of the agenda tonight that Appendix P does actually address the concerns that we've been raising since May. I am surprised that we didn't hear any response to our concerns until we continued to message the board about what was going to happen and why the proposal wasn't discussed. We were very dismayed to find that our concerns were not discussed at the last board meeting where the proposal was approved by vote, and to find on the summary provided tonight that it says our concerns weren't raised until after that meeting, which is untrue. We were invited to provide feedback in a survey in May, which we all did, raising our concerns, and we never heard anything. And so I'm wondering, when parent feedback is sought, where is it discussed, and why aren't we told what's going to happen to address our concerns? I do have ongoing questions and concerns about the proposed changes to the walking boundaries, but I will address those to the Transportation Committee and listen to the discussion later in the meeting. But I would appreciate to understand better why we're not being heard as a public from our elected representatives. Why are our concerns not being discussed before things that we've raised questions about are approved? So And as a pediatrician who works with kids every day in mental health crisis, school sports are incredibly important and protective against suicide and depression. And I wish every patient I had a team as supportive as clearly our swim and dive program and our softball program are. So whatever we can to protect those spaces for the mental health of our students, we should be doing.
Thank you for the comments. And with that, we are moving on to our next agenda item, which is item 7, the board calendar and district update. I'll hand it over to Superintendent McIntyre.
Thank you, Co-Chair Arco. And tonight I'll be presenting some items of interest for the board and community regarding activities and events that we are proud of in the district. We do this to celebrate students, staff, and community members who are contributing to the accomplishment of our mission, which is to effectively educate each of our students for success. First, though, I want to start my report by just sharing some comments in respect to Melissa and Mark Hartman and John and Yvette Hoffman. So school districts reflect the communities we serve. Over the past few days, our communities have experienced a wide range of emotions following the tragic gun violence that took the lives of House Speaker Emerita Melissa Hartman and her husband Mark, and severely injured Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. This tragedy especially hits close to home for us here in Anoka-Hennepin schools. Both Representative Hartman and Senator Hoffman were dedicated public servants who served their local communities, including many of our own families within the Anoka-Hennepin School District. Prior to being elected as senator, John Hoffman served 8 years on the Anoka-Hennepin School Board, including 4 years as vice chair. Yvette also served in our district for a number of years. We continue to keep the Hartman and Hoffman families in our thoughts during this difficult time, and also want to thank and show our appreciation for our continued close partnership with our law enforcement partners at Brooklyn Park and Champlin Police Departments. They kept us informed during the time of immediate response to these tragic events in the hours and days that followed, so that we could continue to ensure the safety of everyone at our school campuses in the area. So again, thank you. So now I'll move on to other events and happenings in the district. And coming up soon, the Coon Rapids High School all-class reunion is set for Wednesday, July 2nd from 5 to 10 p.m. as part of the city's 4th of July celebration. This event will be in the large tent near the music stage at the City of Coon Rapids celebration. This year's event marks the 4th all-class reunion for Coon Rapids High School. From the first graduating class of 1966 to the most recent graduates, all are welcome to attend this family-friendly event. Next, I want to take an opportunity to encourage community members to consider making a difference in their community by joining our team here at the Anoka-Hennepin Schools. Many different positions are available, from working with students as a paraeducator to serving meals, working in our student transportation department, and many more. Anoka-Hennepin Schools is hosting a summer hiring event on Thursday, July 24th at the Educational Services Center in Anoka. You can visit ahschools.us/jobs for more information on the positions that are available. Anoka-Hennepin Schools is making a change to the Parent View portal next school year to improve connection with student information, including grades, attendance, fees, class assignments, and more. Beginning June 23rd, so it's on today, parents and guardians can start accessing the Parent View portal via the login tab on the ahschools.us website to update and create their new parent account and establish their username and password. Parents and guardians will be able to update accounts in their settings and change passwords 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no longer needing to call or email the district to get their password during regular business hours for support. This new system also creates a more efficient use of staff time, with over 80% of our calls to the help desk involving those basic questions about usernames and passwords, and I know I experienced that myself as a parent. It's hard to keep it all straight. This is a very large project happening all over the summer months, and the district will be sharing information widely on the website, as well as through district newsletters and school newsletters, and through direct emails to parents. We're going to do our very best to make sure everyone's informed as we lead up to the start of the new school year. And speaking of that, I know we're only 2 weeks into the summer from the last school year ending, but we are thinking ahead, and I know some parents and guardians are as well. So for those who are already looking for back-to-school supplies and those lists, that is on our district website already. along with times and dates for school open houses, start and dismissal times, activity registration links, and much more. Parents and guardians should also remain alert for the back-to-school issues of our Focus e-newsletter, newsletters from their schools that will help them ease into the 25-26 school year. And finally tonight, Anoka-Hennepin's efforts to inform and engage students, staff, and community members have been recognized as some of the nation's best. The district's communication and public relations team earned 6 awards from the National School Public Relations Association. That organization is for public and private schools and districts, including post-secondary institutions from around the country. Awarded projects included the school board's own Academic Growth Recognition Program, the Two Rivers Transition Program at Franklin Branding Package, high school senior reflection videos, our security signage, and feature stories on district graduates, along with our Power of Purpose back-to-school video last year. Anoka-Hennepin's 4-member, small but mighty, 4-member communication and public relations team includes Jim Skelly, Heather Peters, Tim Evans, and Jessica Soro. We appreciate them all very much, and congratulations. Co-Chair Arco, this concludes my superintendent's report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Director DeShane?
Thank you. Just really quickly, as Corey mentioned, Senator John Hoffman served in this school board seat for 8 years, and tonight I just want to take a minute to thank him for his service to our schools in Anoka-Hennepin and his ongoing service to the community in the Senate. I wish him and his family well in their recovery. His true care for all students is a model for all of us. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is a resolution brought forward by Employee Services. The resolution is item 8A, resolution to rescind the inclusion of certain teachers' names in resolution terminating probationary teachers. Welcome, Dr. Jennifer Cherry, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Good evening, Co-Chair Arco, members of the board, Superintendent McIntyre. This evening, the resolution is to rescind the names of the 8 teachers listed who were previously identified as non-renewing their contracts due to their probationary status. And so this evening, we're looking for adoption of the resolution as presented.
All right, thank you. Board members, are there any questions for Dr. Cherry on the resolution? All right, hearing none. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Simon votes aye. Oakman.
Aye.
Audette.
Aye.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the resolution in Appendix K is adopted. Thank you, Dr. Cherry.
Thank you.
Next, we have Communication and Public Relations with item 9A, Legislative Update. Welcome Jim Skelly, Executive Director of Communications and Public Relations, Lori Grivna and Chris Amundson, Amundson Strategies.
Good evening, School Board, Co-Chairs Arco and DeShane. It's our pleasure to do a 15-minute presentation on the legislative session. Let's see if we can get right to it. I'm Jim Skelly, Executive Director of Communications and Public Relations. We've got Lori Grivna and Chris Amundson, who have really done excellent work on behalf of Anoka-Hennepin, both you as a school board and our community advocating at the Capitol, and they'll provide the majority of what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to go over some session basics. We're going to talk about the board's legislative priorities and then review the results, like what actually happened as a result of those priorities. So let's get right to it, and I'm not sure who's going to start off, Lori or Chris, but take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and board members, for having us this evening, and we really appreciate working with all of you and with Superintendent McIntyre and with Jim as our first point of contact. So thanks for having us this evening. First, I want to say, after a significant budget compromise passed in special session on June 9th, 4 days later, just a horrific tragedy occurred, and all of us who are part of the Capitol community, or for you who are part of the the district community, of these significant leaders, we're just really reeling and grieving the Hortmans, and also keeping the Hoffmans in our thoughts and prayers as they recover. And of course, they were both legislators that we work very closely with, and bookends, just kind of thinking about the beginning of the legislative session and the end of the legislative session included 2 deaths of significant members, with Senator, then Majority Leader Carrie Dietzig from Northeast Minneapolis, a leader in the Senate, which resulted in a special election, and then now with House Leader Melissa Hortman, and it's just, such enormous losses. So we just wanted to recognize that before we dive into some of these details that now seem a little fuzzier than they did on the 9th of June. So in the House, after the election and a special election and a few legal disputes, the House was evenly divided at 67-67, and I know all of you can relate to that a little bit. And so they finally put in a shared leadership agreement, which it took them some time to get to that point at the end of session and needed a special session, but they did get there. Then in the Senate, there were 2 special elections, and the DFL did hold the majority by just 1 vote, 34-33. So overall, the legislature was just 1 vote Democratic, 101-100. So it was very, very unique times. When the budget decisions by leadership and the governor, kind of in middle of May, put the framework in place, the bulk of the budget was really left undone, and then when May 19th adjournment came. So that was what happened between that time frame and the June 9th special session. So work groups then were put in place and met mostly in private, although the tax work group spent quite a bit of time meeting in public. So it's hard to kind of hammer out those public discussions when you flow into work groups. But the philosophical differences on many of the issues included summer hourly workers, unemployment issues, eligibility for undocumented adults for Minnesota Care, surprisingly, a Senate floor amendment on the use of seclusion rooms, so very much in the education space, and also private school funding, which was something that the Senate was pushing and the governor had supported as well, but didn't happen in the end. So then 3 weeks after regular session, the 14 budget bills passed, and what we thought was going to be a 24-hour legislative session, but didn't go nearly that long, on June 9th. And now Lori is going to go through some of those education finance specifics.
So when we start our work, this is the document that we use. This is your legislative platform, and we base everything on this. And we use so many and give out so many. I have, we print off copies to give folks because they need to be reminded all the time as we're talking about a lot of the issues that come up. And so, like I said, this is so important. So when we're developing this is really what we use. And so just as a refresher and for the public, a big part of our work this session was one of your major priorities on K-3 discipline. And, the district was really a leader on that. We were looked at to provide data, testimony. Some of our legislators were always texting. They offered amendments on the floor, unfortunately, as Chris said, with a 101-100. So close. We just couldn't get that across. And so there was a lot of discussion on that, and we think in the future, there'll still be some discussion. But I think we've raised issues on why it was so important for the largest school district in the state to have this as a priority, and that so many of the folks here, not only the school board, but staff, the superintendent, and we're able to kind of talk about that and to be a joint voice for that piece of it. The other thing that, we talked a lot about, and of course, at the beginning of session, and this was before we had the February forecast, looking for money on the formula, because as you knew, your budget deficit was going to be a huge issue, and looking at needing more funding formula, and it's the flexibility on the formula that gives you the most flexibility when you're doing your budget. And unfortunately, with the state budget forecast, that was just not going to be a priority. So our priority was making sure that what was currently in place as an inflationary increase that was built in to the formula would stay that way. And that was talked about a lot during session, and fortunately, that did not get cut. And then, of course, the READ Act, and looking at the READ Act and all of the implementation issues that are going along with that and discussion about that. We had a lot of conversations about what was needed for training and for materials and for just frankly staff time to be able to implement this huge transformative state initiative on the READ Act. Also looking at, as Chris had mentioned, the unemployment insurance. And while, we said either fund it or, what are we going to do? How are we going to pay for this? In the end, it did get funded with a special bill for the next 2 years. So fortunately, the impact to the district right now will still be, as you work through kind of all the staffing for summer, but the district will be funded with UI. And the last piece was paid family leave, the paid family program, which is a state program that impacts everyone, not just school districts. And there was a lot of discussion about how that is going to impact the district and how there could be modifications made. And in the end, there was just a very, very, very minor change to that paid leave. But for the most part, we just wanted to make sure that you knew that your priorities are what we talk about at the Capitol. There's so many other things that happen in, as you talk about education, funding, and policy. And obviously, we're working through all of those. And in the final bill, there was not a lot that, happened, because in that special session, Chapter 10, as Chris had talked about, in the special session, the budget was a flat budget for this year. And so they moved around money, but in the end, we were able to at least keep the funding formula at the 2.74%. Now, that might not be recognized for you as you're looking at what your inflationary increases are in all your different areas, but from the state level, that was the 2.74%. And also a big thing is the compensatory funding formula. That was changed in 2023 when the state went to free breakfast and lunches, and the impact to districts on calculating that compensatory revenue was all over the place. And for our school district, it was going to be a reduction of almost $4.5 million. So included in this budget will be a hold harmless, as they have a task force start talking about how are we going to address this funding formula in the future. And frankly, we had another little side thing, because the district also gets compensatory pilot money and has since 2005. And the governor had proposed eliminating that, and that would have impacted our district by, $4.730 million each year. And so we were able to stave that off. Obviously, that's going to be a discussion next year as the task force looks at the overall compensatory funding formula. There's other reductions, and I'm sure Michelle's going to talk about that as you start talking about your budget and some of the things that are going to happen. The biggest kind of impact, I think, going into the future, because they have to look at a $420 million reduction in the next biennium, is special education, and looking at special education as a blue ribbon task force that is charged with trying to find $250 million in reductions. And if that does not happen, it's going to fall back on districts, and that $250 million will be coming out of the cross-subsidy, thank you, which we're always fighting for, the cross-subsidy anyways. And so that will just be another reduction there. So we're hoping that some good conversations will help with that Blue Ribbon Commission, which will be mostly governor-appointed, in being able to do that. Quickly on policy, there was one provision that Senator Abler actually championed in the Senate that would allow the disposal of surplus books to donate to either a district family or to a charitable organization. Believe it or not, you guys were not able to donate those surplus books. And so a staff member here did provide testimony on that issue, and that made it through the finish line, which is good. So hopefully that will be helpful. There were some modifications to the READ Act, no new funding. And so with that, they did some changes on talking about, the science of reading. There's no more READ Act literacy aid. It's going to be compiled into just your regular literacy aid that was usually called literacy incentive aid, and now it's literacy aid going forward. And that's going to be the expectation, that any kind of READ Act implementation and all of the other programs that you have in literacy will just be coming from literacy aid only. And I think from there, we're going to just go on to, Chris has something just very briefly on pensions.
Slide. There was a pension bill passed before the end of regular session, and the governor signed it on May 23rd. And it kind of helps three big areas. It was $78 million in total, and it's for teachers, police and fire, and state employees. And so it increases the state-funded pension adjustment revenue and employer contributions by 0.31%. So for those who are 60 and have reached the 30 years of service, they can take advantage of this. And Anoka-Hennepin leaders did partner with our Anoka-Hennepin school leaders and supported that with an important letter of support. Next slide, Jim. Thank you. So just to recap, being the biggest school district, legislators always say, what does Anoka-Hennepin think? And we've really worked hard to work in a bipartisan manner with not only all of our Anoka-Hennepin legislative delegation members, because we really have some key ones, but also with other key legislators, key committee members that maybe aren't in our district, but are key, a chair, vice chair. And of course, in the House this year, we had co-chairs. And so there were a lot of members to work with, but also leadership and the governor's office, and our colleagues in the education advocacy world, so other kind of key community organizations that are at the Capitol. So we really had a strong presence there, and many of you spent time at the Capitol. Certainly, Superintendent McIntyre was over several times to testify, including right away in the Senate and also in the House. And I think we supplied a lot of that information in our update. And then, as Lori mentioned, Holly Grebner had testified on Senator Abler's bill. And we also had the Ramsey Elementary principal, Denise Schnabel, testified on the K-3 discipline bill. And along with that, we had some really thoughtful letters that were submitted to committees, and they really do pay close attention to those. So we just wanted to make sure that we're accountable to you, and ever if you have suggestions for us, we're very open to that kind of collective discussion to share ideas about other things we can be doing.
And just to follow up on that, and we really had daily
connection with Lori and Chris during the session, so great support from them. We relayed that information on to the school board and then our senior staff through weekly updates. Our Superintendent McIntyre was able to present to AMSD, kind of the Anoka-Hennepin position. That was a preview event. I believe you were there, Dr. Langenfeld, too, during that event. We did conduct the session preview, which is an Anoka-Hennepin tradition, kind of trying to get the legislators here before the session. And then during the session, we hosted a couple of tours, which was unique. We had Danny Nadeau had toured Dayton Elementary and Riverview Early Learning. I think a couple board members were there for that too. And then Senator Michael Kroon had toured Blaine High School with Principal Paskey and Superintendent McIntyre as well. So overall, our communication was our goal, and it felt like there was a lot of communication happening and a lot of action happening down at the Capitol. So with that, this is a time just to answer any questions or any conversation the board would like to have on the session. And just a reminder that we're looking forward to February 2026 for the next legislative session.
All right, well, thank you for the presentation. Are there any thoughts or comments from board members? Director Langenfeld?
First of all, thank you for the hard work always. Just to share publicly and with the board, I was part of the days at the Capitol, and I know that could see firsthand, watch our team get meetings very quickly with legislators. Superintendent McIntyre and I were able to talk with many legislators in very short order. And again, Lori, you have the paper and the page. And, you know, I know some folks were wondering how I could represent the board. We represented that document and so spoke directly to the concerns in the document. Specifically, I think the other piece is just the opportunity to build those relationships. And clearly you can see the relationships that our team down there has had, and I was privileged to be part of those, and obviously Senator Hoffman's a dear friend and as well, and be able to have those conversations with Senator Abler and sit in his office. Very, very important. So I'm hopeful that next year others come down to the day of the Capitol if your schedules permit. It's very important for them to hear from board members, and they welcome it. And Lori and Chris tee it up so nice that you feel like you're part of the team at that moment. Even though you're not down there every day, they tee it up just beautifully so that you can advocate from your board perspective. And they want to hear the board and community perspective. They have the insight from the lobbyists day to day, but to hear from superintendents, but they do want to hear from board members as well. So I thank you for all you did this session. I know it probably wasn't quite, well, so many different turns and bends. But again, we are at a place where we can continue those conversations next year. And I think that'll be vitally important as well. So thank you.
Director Simon?
Thank you, Zach. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all your hard work, and Jim, your team also. And I just want to recognize our legislators who represent part or quite a bit of Anoka-Hennepin. They are very engaged with our school district. I know, obviously, Michelle mentioned going down there. I know Corey was down there often. Probably all of us, including me, during session, many texts back and forth about questions about what's happening, where's Anoka-Hennepin, and things like that. So just a really big shout out to our legislators who are very engaged and very knowledgeable about Anoka-Hennepin, and that's thanks to the board, administration, and your team. So thank you very much.
Can I just make
Go
a
for it,
quick
yeah.
comment? And on that note, our legislators are very good about, asking questions and then bringing up data on the floor to represent our district. So I would concur, they're super helpful. And the other thing I just wanted to say is that staff here, when we get a text and say, hey, say for instance, how many classrooms were evacuated for K-3 discipline, and come up with the number right there so that we can give that information. or some of the fiscal information. Michelle Vargas has always been very prompt in getting those numbers to us so that we can convey that, to give that perspective to not only our legislators, but to other legislators, because they really care about what happens, knowing that if something is impacting Anoka-Hennepin, it's impacting every school district in the state.
Superintendent McIntyre?
Just, I want to thank the board for having a very strong, clear, understandable platform. So when we have those conversations, it's easy to grasp. People walk away from those conversations understanding what you are all in agreement on, and it's focused. We didn't get everything we wanted, but I do think there was lots of success in getting our issues on the table and a high level of awareness. So we're building, as we move into next session, which will be a policy session, I think we laid some really strong arguments for some changes that need to come. So it's a tough financial climate, clearly, and we avoided some, it could have been a lot worse, I'm just saying. Comp ed and some other things were on the table that would have really added to our deficit. So we were able to push on some things and continue to work on some things, and being able to go and tell our stories on what it really looks like in our district was really important. And I agree with Director Simon. You know, we get a lot of requests kind of just in time for information, which means they trust us. They trust us with the information that they can bring forward into those moments. So I think we had an impact. We were able to really lay out the realities of things, and that's just something we can build on for next year.
Director Langenfeld?
Just didn't want to lose sight of, thank you, Jim, for providing the updates to us. There's a lot to sift through to make it just, bite-sized nuggets for us to take away. So I appreciate, because I get all of it from AMSD and all of them, and yours was always the easiest to digest quickly. So I appreciate that.
Thank you guys very much for the presentation and just the updates. I have two questions. So you had mentioned, you had discussed this idea of, the K-3 Discipline Act and then the classroom evacuations. Did any of the legislators that you talked to about that act have anything to say about the classroom evacuations? Like, what was their take on that? Because to me, that seems pretty extreme that occurs. And I just want to know what their reaction was.
And yes, it was extreme. And so not only our legislators, but other legislators that have been working on this issue, there's, kind of two sides to the issue, and wanting to know more and why is that occurring? And I think that there's just a lot of continued conversations, I think, that will happen. I mean, this is an issue that's been embedded for over many years. And so when I think that, looking at now, the legislation happened, now what is the impact and how does that impact the schools and how does it impact staff? I think that's the story that we tell. And I think they just want to understand that from both sides, both perspectives. And it's not just our legislative delegation, it's other folks that have been working on this.
I was just going to add on to that. I think oftentimes it takes several years to pass something, to pass legislation. And I think because this was just put in place 4 years or so ago, and so some of those authors that put it in place are still in office. And so they have strong feelings in why it was put in place and how students are reflected in some of that data. And so that is partly where kind of run up into the wall a bit. But I think we did make headway. I also think that there is some interpretation differences that we hear from legislative lawyers versus our lawyers versus the principals. I mean, our lawyer and the principal's lawyer are on the same page, but there's some kind of confusion when you read the different parts of the statute and put them all together that we need to keep working on.
So you mentioned a comment about how they're concerned about the different students that this law affects, or maybe would affect if it were removed. What are they referring to there? I guess, what are you referring to there?
Well, I think when, Mr. Chair, when the law was first put in place, the House author was from Minneapolis, and I think the data showed that the number of students that are suspended or expelled are predominantly students of color.
So last work session, Director Langenfeld, we discussed this, and I made the claim that this law or this rule was motivated by equity. You said you didn't seem to agree with that. There you have it from our lobbying team themselves. So, Superintendent McIntyre?
Yeah, I'll just add, I think we were really close to getting this changed. The real issue here is time and planning. So when bad things happen, our teams with parents need time to come together and plan, and when you can't do that, it's a real problem, because everyone comes back the next day and it's not resolved. So I think we got through the issue of safety. We got through the need for time. You need to be able to involve parents in that, and we need time. Not every parent can just come as fast as we need them to. So I think we got the practical impact message across. And I want to commend Principal Schnabel for telling what that looks like day to day in our buildings. A number of others from across the state did the same, but we had the ears of our legislators, and they were really listening. At one moment, I thought this was going to work. So I think we're close. We just got to continue to really tell those stories, use the data that really explain the impact and realities of the day-to-day functioning of our buildings, so we can keep everyone safe. So I'm optimistic that
And
this
just
will
to add
happen.
in one other thing, as Lori said, bills were slim, because the more controversial the measure, they weren't going to take time to try to sort that out. And in the House, where it was, half Dems, half Republicans, things that were controversial fell off the table. So I think, Superintendent is right that we made a lot of progress. You asked me a question about 4 years ago and why it was implemented. That was one of the reasons. I mean, I can't rehash like every single argument that was made back then in terms of why it was put in place, but we could go back and do a little research for you if you are interested in that. But I think legislators come to the table with a lot of different opinions and beliefs and positions that they have. So it's hard to just summarize it in one tiny capsule.
Well, it sounds like we had their ears, but we did not have their votes. Not one of them chose to break ranks to repeal it or modify it, which is what we requested. So my second question, maybe this is better for the finance agenda item, but it makes just as much sense here. And maybe this is more for the superintendent. What is the district's total shortfall now that everything's been passed for our budget? What's our total shortfall for the next year?
Michelle will verify this for me, so I reserve the right to be a little off, but I think we actually came out a little shy of $1 million to the good on this. So we were, I think if my memory is, we were about 16.7 was our projected shortfall, and I think at the last board meeting, she showed you all 15.6. So about $1 million. Now, we were at risk of losing nearly $5 million, or at least $4 million in compensatory ed and another $5 million in the comp ed pilot. So we were getting, I think at one point, we added up some things, if they all went the wrong way, there was another $20 million added onto our target. So half of our efforts were just avoiding those additional cuts, at least in the short term. I know the comp ed, that task force is going to look at that, and we got 1 year to figure it out. I will give Michelle Vargas a ton of credit. She was constantly reaching out to MDE and others who would listen about, here's the impact of the different formula calculation, the options. I've also, I don't know if I'll land this or not, but I've asked to be on the Blue Ribbon Commission on Special Ed. This is an opportunity to get some things changed in our state around some regulations that exceed the federal law. I think we could turn into savings. We'll see. I know it's an appointment process, so I've at least made it clear I'd like to serve on that. I think the other thing that gets a little glossed over, but if it's not addressed even more in the near future, the issue of pensions is a very serious financial one to this state. I think if nothing were to change in our district, I think the calculation was $120 million that will really hit us hard between now and 2034. So this was a step in the right direction. A lot more has to be done, though, because the state simply can't afford the way the system's set up now. So I think you're going to hear more about that from a policy perspective in the next session. And, we got some adjustments that were minor but meaningful for us on the READ Act. We will spend all of our money that we get. So I know there are some questions on whether our adoption could be qualified. Even if it wasn't, we have more costs than money coming for materials and or training. But I think right at the end there were some adjustments that gives us even more flexibility, which was a good thing. So we kept on that. I know, thank you, Lori and Chris, for continuing that message on needed flexibility so districts can pick what they think is best for them. And I think that at the finish line got through. And we were lucky to keep the notion of the regular aid, the 2.74, that was on the table to come off. That would have made our target even deeper. So I know right now that's that CPI index, and we at least hope to have that for another year, and then it's going to continue to be discussed, right? But that is hugely important to us. So those probably were the high-level things. There's lots of, we'll follow up with there's other minor policy things that happen every session that we're still unpacking. We had a 2-hour meeting today with MSB and MDE and others just to get realities around all those changes now that they're done. And I'll stop there. Lots to talk about.
Director Simon?
Thanks, Zach. I'm just going to go back to this quick discussion about the K through 3 discipline. It sounds like there's some optimism for the future, but we don't control the legislature, so we can have as much optimism as we want. We have no idea what's going to happen. So I think what's important for the public to know and the board to remember is that Anoka-Hennepin is taking steps to address that in Anoka-Hennepin for K through 3 legislation. We're not going to live on a hope that the legislature will fix that in the future. And that's not on the agenda tonight, so I won't go into the details. But we've talked about that at previous meetings, and I know we'll talk about that at additional meetings in the future. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
To add to that, quick follow-up, I do agree. We're doing everything we can. I do still think it's worthwhile to just point out to the public that we are facing twin crises right now in the district, and many districts are, I believe, as a result of the actions of the state. The number one is we are over $15 million short. That is entirely the state's doing. They could have funded us. They chose not to. And then the second thing is we're evacuating entire classrooms because 1 or 2 students act up. Again, direct result of laws that the state has passed. Obviously, we're going to do everything we can, but I don't think the public, I don't think those dots are connected as much as I would like to believe they are, and I just want to go ahead and point that out and just draw the public's attention to that because, of all the things that people pay very little attention to, school board politics is one of them, and these are really important issues that are impacting us. I just wish people had a better understanding of. Any other thoughts or comments from board members? All right, hearing none. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Next, we have community education with item 10A, the 2024 Population Certification Resolution. For approval tonight, welcome Michelle Trelstad, Executive Director of Community Education.
Good evening, Co-Chairs Arco and DeShane, Superintendent McIntyre, and the board. Every year we work with the State Demographer's Office to get an updated population estimate for the district. The reason that we do this is because community education revenue, several of our programs use that number for how much money we get for all of our community education programs. So if that census and if that number increases, we absolutely want to capture that extra money. So our population this year has increased by 2,503, making our new population estimate 255,645 this year. And so I am here just to request board approval for this new estimate to be certified to the state demographer for the use in our revenue calculations for community education.
All right, well, thank you very much. Board members, are there any questions for our presenter? All right, if not, members, before us is the 2024 Population Certification Resolution for approval as presented in Appendix O. Hearing no request for discussion, the clerk will call the roll, please.
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
Aye.
Audette.
Aye.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the resolution in Appendix O is adopted. Thank you, Ms. Trostad.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have elementary and secondary education with item 11A, the non-transported walk boundaries update. Welcome Greg Cole, Chief Operations Officer, and Michelle Trostad, Executive Director of Community Education.
Good evening.
If I could make one quick comment first.
Sure.
So I just want to apologize. I actually failed to see that it was added kind of at the last minute to the consent agenda last work session. I did actually intend to bring up all of the concerns that community members brought up. That was totally my error. I apologize, and I'm glad that we can have this opportunity to discuss these concerns because some very serious concerns were brought up. So with that,
Sure.
The floor is yours.
Sure. Co-Chair Arco and Co-Chair DeShane, Superintendent McIntyre. I'm just here as a follow-up to respond to questions that came from board members after the last board meeting and the approval of the non-transported walk boundary. Just a review, came to the board with Transportation Director BJ Eisen for the first time to review this on April 14th. That's an annual review that we do. Sometimes it wouldn't come to the board when we review it annually if we are not recommending any changes. This time we did have changes that we wanted to recommend. So that was the first presentation and read. Took an opportunity to get feedback from board members. And then after that, had 2 Transportation Safety Committee meetings, also reached out to the public, brought all of that information back to the board meeting at the May 19th meeting, and then requested approval on consent at the June 9th meeting. So apologize for any miscommunications on that. So I wanted to come tonight. I think there were 2 topics that I understand were additional concerns. Obviously, there may be additional ones to that. One has to do with, so we had a number of schools that we made recommendations to change the boundaries for, non-transported walk boundaries, to bring them into alignment with the rest of the school district. I think the first specific concern, well, both these concerns I think are related to Sunrise Elementary School. One has to do with Lever Street, which runs north-south. It's a 35-mile-an-hour zone, except there's a school zone in there, and concerns that would, with regard to students walking across that street. In working with the city of Blaine, they have assured us they will be installing a crosswalk across Lever Street, and then we will have a crossing guard, which would be in alignment with how we provide safety to walkers at all of our other elementary schools in the school district. And then I believe the other concern had to do with enrollment for A+ for childcare. I think there were some people who expressed concerns about not having enough time to sign up for that and missing out on the opportunity for that, specifically at Sunrise. And I asked Michelle to join me because she oversees that program, so I'll let her kind of talk about the issues there.
So at Sunrise Elementary School, and in a lot of our schools, but especially our larger schools and our schools in the newer areas, we have a really difficult time getting enough staff to staff our Adventures Plus program. We have over 300 kids on a wait list right now. And that is just because we've increased wages, we've done everything we can, we've worked with outside hiring agencies, and it's not just Anoka-Hennepin, it is the entire state that really has trouble filling these roles. And so I just wanted to start with that, knowing that that's why we're not making the Adventures Plus program bigger at Sunrise. It's due to lack of ability to hire any more staff. That being said, the Sunrise program this year, as much as we would like to have more children be able to enroll, it is capped. And in this instance, as in with many of our schools, it's actually capped even before new students. So it's capped with current students, so our current families get to register first, and then we take any students who haven't been in the program yet. And so it was capped before it was even open to any new students. So while, like I said, it is unfortunate that we aren't able to add any students that are now walking instead of taking a bus, it would have been capped regardless before that decision was considered.
And then before I open it up to comments or questions, I'll just reiterate that we do not take these recommendations lightly. They're always difficult. I mean, no one wants to take away transportation. They're just challenging circumstances and situations. So we absolutely understand concerns that parents and families have. So with that, I would take any comments or questions from board members.
Well, thank you very much. I will have several. If anybody has any, please chime in. So let's start with the A+. It sounds like it was kind of full upon opening because the currently enrolled students just get first choice.
Correct.
So theoretically, then, there was, I guess, no chance that any new students.
Correct.
Not your fault, very frustrating still. If I were a parent, I would feel a little cheated. Again, nobody's fault. So I guess my question is, why is it that it's so hard to hire for that particular position? Is there some impediment that makes nobody want the job, or?
There's really several reasons. A lot of times it's a split shift, and so if you want full-time work, we don't do childcare all day, and so you're looking at a 6 a.m. until school start time, and then coming back again in the afternoon if you want your full 8 hours, so that can be difficult. It is a lower paying job, although we are very competitive and have worked really hard with HR over the last several years to get those rates up. In addition, the state of Minnesota also, we have a grant from back when the COVID days that pays these staff additional dollars. So it's really hard to say. We've just really struggled. The whole state struggles, and I think it's just a lack of bodies. Honestly, I think it's just really hard to find those additional employees.
So, to me at least, if I were thinking of finding a job, let's say I didn't have a job, a split shift employment is very strange. If you're going to work beginning of day, end of day.
Yep.
Has there ever been any consideration in making like a dual role for that, like having something for that employee to do in the middle of the day that isn't necessarily a plus, but then that way they can have like a full-time employment?
We do that, and in fact, that's something that we've really worked hard at. Right now we're doing a pilot with child nutrition for that exact same thing. We used to not be able to hire staff that were paras because it would go into overtime, and we've adjusted and figured all that out with HR, so we've done that. We are also looking at doing other pairing with other situations, but the child nutrition and the paras are usually the biggest one, and we are doing that. Just recently, though.
Still, sounds like the struggle still remains even with it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So, two other things being brought up, or I just want to mention of all the emails and comments that came in. So you'd mentioned that a crosswalk is going to be added.
Yes.
I had talked to a state trooper he's seen the area, and he was saying that he still saw a lot of people speed there. He had recommended that one of those yellow school zone signs be put in as well as a possible deterrent, or just to make people aware that you got to slow down. Do you know if the city of Blaine or whoever has any plans to do anything like that? If not, is that something we can convince them to do? And then I guess the follow-up is, what level of confidence do you have in whatever measures are taken that we can actually make sure, like, bring the speed of cars down to, I guess, the speed limit, as weird as that is to say out loud? Do you think all the measures we're putting in place are going to keep that road safe? Because this will sound weird. This is just like a feel I have. I've been down in that area. It feels like it isn't, but it feels like it should be like a 45-mile-an-hour road. It's just, maybe it's the width of it or something. I don't know. So, not saying people should speed, of course, but that's where my concern is coming in, is do you think all the safety concerns, or do you think all the safety measures we're taking will actually control that?
I do. All of our municipalities are great to work with. Because of the size of Blaine, I'd say we work with Blaine maybe more than any other in the district, and they've been very accommodating to our requests with regard to signage and ways in which to keep the roads around our schools safe. It's true for others as well. Another option that we can pursue and do pursue with some schools where we seem to have some more concerns are the safe routes to school grants to kind of beef up some of those crosswalks. But we don't need that grant to make that safe. We'll also, like I said, have crossing guards there. That's another method that we use to, in fact, that's a pretty significant kind of intervention when you get people there controlling what's going on with regard to traffic and students and so forth. I will say, just to acknowledge what you're talking about, we have other roadways like that in the district that feel that way. It's, well, I'm thinking back to Dayton Elementary School. The speed limit is actually higher there a little bit, but it feels like, right, the people are going faster than that. So I do recognize what you're saying about that, because it happens. There's other elementaries in particular where we have a similar dynamic.
And then I guess my last question, so a number of people brought up, because there's a 1 mile radius that we use, and there's a
Yes.
certain software we use to determine that. Like, I think somebody even said they were 1.01 miles
Yes.
outside, which is, again, particularly frustrating if you're in that position. Can you speak to that? Is there anything that we can do to accommodate that? Or is it just, I've had a discussion with you, is it just a function of how that neighborhood was designed? Like, what's the issue there?
Yeah, I think it's a function of aesthetics. So many of those, and this isn't just unique to Blaine, it's a lot of new developments where you get windy roads that end in a cul-de-sac. It just turned out, many of those cul-de-sacs nearby, there are a small handful of homes that are maybe 0.01, 0.02, something to that effect, distance away. And we would have to drive a bus through the entire neighborhood just to pick up a student or two that's just slightly beyond that. And so we feel the spirit of the policy is such that that's not enough of a distance to kind of change that for just a handful of homes. If it were significantly different, I think that'd be a different story. And then I mentioned that, if we need to adjust policy language to specifically state that in more explicit terms, and maybe that's something we need to do. And that would be working with the school board on that.
Director Simon?
Thanks, Zach. Thanks for the presentation. I'll stick with the road first, and then I'll go to A+. So I was involved with one of the dangerous roads outside of Coon Rapids High School, right?
Yes.
High school maybe is a little different, right? Because you have students going all hours the day and evening with activities crossing there. But we had to partner not only with the city of Coon Rapids, also with the Anoka County, because they both owned part of the road or something along those, a legal thing. And what we were able to do was really effective. So I think we narrowed the road a little bit. We had a crosswalk with flashing lights, and it's been very effective. So is that what you're doing on this road? Is it going to be similar to that?
I wouldn't say it's similar to Coon Rapids High School exactly in terms of the infrastructure that's there, but there will be signage, there will be a crosswalk, there will be crossing
Flashing light
guards.
signage, do you know?
I don't think there will be flashing lights. The cities don't do that at all.
The city?
The cities don't do that at all.
So that's a county thing?
No, I'm saying that would be above and beyond, so that would be something we would have to partner with the city on
Okay.
and pursue in the future, if we determine that. That's not a regular crosswalk feature at all of our
So
sites.
at Coon Rapids High School, that was a partnership with the district and the
Yes, there were
entities.
three partners
Gotcha.
in that.
Okay.
And that,
Yep.
just for the public, that roadway splits the campus in half. So literally
does, yeah.
every period, we have students
Yeah,
walking across
going
the
over for
street
FIAD or
for FIAD
what
and
have
different
you.
things. So it's kind of a unique,
Yeah.
very unique circumstance.
It's unique, and Sunrise is unique as an elementary school, right? So, I mean, maybe
True.
there's uniqueness with all of that. So I'm just an advocate for, I don't think we can do enough to ensure elementary and all students, but in this case, elementary student safety. So at least I would be an advocate to say, let's explore those things.
Yes.
Maybe you are, but even if it takes an Anoka-Hennepin partnership, I'm for that. And maybe, it sounds like they're not going to narrow the street. I think that is very effective to help speed. Who knows if the city can do that or not, but at least this one board member would ask other board members if you're interested in exploring that, and ask our transportation too. And then I'm going to jump over to A+, just with a couple questions. So at that location, is it only lack of employees that we can hire, or is it space and size also?
Lack of employees.
Just lack of employees.
Yep.
So when you have a school that when you open A+, there's no space, right? Because like in this case, all existing fill up the space that we have. Does that school get some type of priority for, if we're able to hire someone new, they're going to go there and we're going to expand? Like, do we have a set, or maybe the board needs to think about a policy that we help prioritize schools that are full and we can't even give any opportunities to new parents?
We do.
You do?
Yeah, we do prioritize the schools that are full. There's a lot more to where we need staffing, though. A lot of times, we need staffing because we need to serve a student with special needs, and that person's been on the wait list, and so if that person has been on the wait list, for a certain amount of time, we have to hire someone and serve that student first before we can go on. So there's a lot more to it than just space. But there are other schools that do have openings. I mean, we're not full everywhere
Yeah.
as far as space goes. But our bigger schools and like I said, the newer schools are packed because we have lots and lots of families with young children out there. Yeah.
Packed without.
Yeah,
So
and we're working that team is working as hard as they can. We even hired community ed last year, hired our own outreach person to help us attract staff, and it's helped. It's helped, a lot, but it's still difficult.
So I'm hoping that this meeting isn't just the end of the discussion at Sunrise for A+. Like, we're still continuing to try to hire. Are
Always.
we? And if we can, and we can expand seats, we'll let that community know?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that, it's not, right now, it's where it's at for next year, but
It
that
is.
could change, and the community will know if it does. Is that
But-
fair?
Yes, and I'll have to say, though, our wait list, we're not even taking a wait list anymore because there's so many already on the wait list for Sunrise. And so there's not even a wait list for this next year out there for Sunrise.
Got it. So it would only impact, if something could happen, it would only impact the people currently on the wait list?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a follow-up thought. So if there's that many people on the wait list and we can't even take anymore, I don't know the exact mechanism of funding for it, but is it possible to just offer more money for the position, or like what's preventing us from doing that? Is it possible for us to charge for students that go to it in order to raise funding for it? Like, are there any other avenues like that could help?
Adventures Plus is 100% family funded, so there is no funding that goes into it, and so the families pay those fees. And we're about, we're priced well, but we're not low, according to, the schools in our area. So there's really no funding, like community ed can't contribute funding to it. It's fully family funded.
So again, just a thought I have, if we have this many people that want to pay for it and want to use that resource, it sounds silly, but there's always you could raise the dollars per hour for who's ever working. At some point, you're going to have people flooding in to take the position. If we offered them, we're never going to do this, of course. $1 million an hour, everyone in the United States would be applying for the job. So is there not some threshold we could reach that would make the position more appealing to just draw in employees, or is this, I'm assuming you've probably considered all this?
We have actually, the last 3 years, 3, 4, 5 years, actually, those positions have increased in pay substantially. And so we've worked on that. You have to remember also that there's many layers to those positions, and so, you start bumping up the bottom and you bump all the way up, and pretty soon it gets to be not affordable for any family to do. And so I feel like we've done a great job with HR, continually looking at how do we encourage, how do we offer incentives, how do we, get people to just come take a look. And it's like I said, it's a struggle across the whole state right now.
Well, I appreciate the input. So here are my kind of concluding thoughts. The history of Sunrise, one of the newer elementaries in the district, has been rocky just because of, at one point, they ran out of space. Nobody's fault again. My understanding is like a sod farm in the area had sold and then houses were built. So it was just kind of an unexpected population rise. So that was a point of great frustration a number of years ago. And then now, although this is true of any district, of any school, we have a situation where we're not just now introducing the bus route changes. Now, to be fair, every school has a walking radius. That's going to be true of Sunrise as much as it is any school. So that does need to happen, and I'm obviously in support of that. But just given kind of the history of Sunrise and some of the challenges it's facing, if board members were interested, I'm not going to make a motion for anything, but Director Simon, you had said you'd hope to see maybe some of these items looked into. I would very much love to hear like an update on this, maybe at another board meeting before the school year starts, if there's interest, just on some of the stuff, because otherwise all of it's just it's talked about, but then that'll kind of be the end of it for this year, if that makes sense. So if there is any interest, I certainly am interested. So what do you think?
Can I just propose, we typically will bring to you a safety report, safety and security, and then we also do a facilities update. So there's really, the facilities update is usually after school begins, so just awareness there. But I mean, those are two things that we do annually, so those could be opportunities to bring you an update on those that are already, typically in the cycle.
Our safety and security update's usually the August work session, so it's August 11th, I think, we have a July board meeting, it'd be the next meeting.
So that's an opportunity. I think it's appropriate for that topic.
I mean, I would very much appreciate that, so.
Sure.
Seems like there's general support for it, so. Well, are there any, Director Langenfeld?
I know that some of the A-plus folks that are working there are college students. And I'm just thinking the proximity at Dayton, where we recently toured, obviously is close to some community college opportunities. But I'm wondering, I would assume we're advertising on college campuses.
We're there all the time.
Okay, that's good, but I'm sure because they're closer to.
That's been a benefit of, we've had a person in our Adventures Plus program that's done her own outreach, and we have two staff people that are just in charge of staffing and outreach just in Adventures Plus. And now in community education, we've added our own person also, and he's at the college fairs, he's out at the colleges, he has great relationships with all those people. And it is a great job for college kids, especially, you can go to work in the morning, go to class and come back, and vice versa. And so the problem with college kids is they aren't college kids very long. So
True.
we have a turnover, and sometimes they decide to stick with us and make a career out of it. So that's great too. And the other place that we're really trying to target right now are seniors and retired folks, because they're up early a lot of times, and some of them really like to have just 2 and 3 hours, with our kids. And so that's been another spot that we're trying really hard to recruit from. Going to lots of pickleball courts these days.
Superintendent?
I'll take another chance at the plug here for our hiring event, July 24th at the ESC. Those jobs I believe are posted.
Always.
Always, yep. So just another shameless plug to encourage people to take a look at those openings.
Yep.
All right, well, are there any other thoughts or comments from board members? Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and again, I apologize to the public for not bringing this up at the last board meeting, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next we have item 11B, the long-term facility maintenance LTFM 10-year plan for approval tonight. Welcome Greg Cole, again, Chief Operations Officer, Ben Martinson, Director of Buildings and Grounds.
Good evening, Co-Chair Arco and DeShane, Superintendent McIntyre, members of the board. As Chair Arco mentioned, I'm joined by Ben Martinson, Director of Buildings and Grounds. We are seeking your approval tonight on a second read of our 10-year 2027 LTFM plan. So we're just going to review that with you tonight. You have a number of documents with this. You have a board briefing with this presentation, as well as the documents that we are required to provide to the Department of Education. Those are labeled the fiscal year 27 LTFM 10-year plan approval packet. And in that packet, just for your awareness, that's listed by project type. You can also look at individual buildings if you have any curiosity about plans for the next 10 years. This is just for LTFM funding, which again is related to repairs and replacements of existing infrastructure. So with that, What is LTFM? Long-term facilities maintenance is a revenue program supported by the Minnesota Department of Education for the purpose of allowing school districts to address deferred capital expenditures and maintenance projects necessary to prevent further erosion of our facilities. How is this funded? Long-term facilities maintenance is funded statewide on a $380 per pupil allocation generated by levy and general fund aid. How does the Anoka-Hennepin School District qualify for this? In order to qualify for LTFM revenue, a district must develop a 10-year facilities plan and submit that plan to the Commissioner of Education. It must be updated and approved by the school board annually. LTFM maintenance may only be used for deferred maintenance projects, for increasing facility accessibility and for health and safety purposes. And they may not be used on leased facilities, which thankfully we are almost out of district-wide. And then how do we determine projects? Please know that the plan that you have before you is a placeholder. As you've heard tonight and at other board meetings, we get surprises. We get things that occur that we maybe didn't know about. It's sort of like taking your car to the mechanic and you get a call with some surprises. Those things happen with facilities as well. But most of the things we know about, we know the condition of, we can plan for, but that would be a reason why something might move. So for example, a school may know that they are on the docket to have a significant HVAC upgrade, say in 2028. 2028 comes along, we might have to bump that to 2029 because of some other things that we had to attend to. So that's one way that projects are determined is by urgency. School board priorities drive our priorities. Buildings and Grounds Department collaborative process. What that process is working with our building leaders collaboratively to try to identify what the biggest needs are. Our facilities condition index, which was done about 6 years ago, provides us with kind of a district-wide look at the condition of all of our assets, and then input from individual school sites. So it's not just administrative teams, we'll get input from other entities as well, and the public. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ben Martinson, who's going to get into the details of this plan.
Thank you, Greg, and good evening, co-chairs Arco, DeShane, members of the board, and Superintendent McIntyre. So if you're looking at a summary of our fiscal year 27 LTFM, here's a broad breakdown by major category for this year and where all the money's going. As you can see, the big ones are mechanical systems, and that's our continued commitment to district-wide dehumidification and replacing the old unit vents for more modern displacement units. Health and safety is another big driver, as well as sites and grounds, and this is our parking lots, asphalt repair, replacement, and some curbing, of course. Professional services and salaries is one of the big ones there. If we go to the next slide, this is kind of our proposed major project list. Here you can see again that commitment to dehumidification with Eisenhower, Andover, Sandburg, and Madison, all going within their phase projects of their dehumidification projects. Also the final phase of Dayton Elementary for their safety and security, which was a board-driven initiative. And lastly was some pools, so Anoka Middle School pool and Northdale Middle School pool. Those are kind of the main ones that we're attacking within this year's fiscal capabilities.
So based on the priorities identified in the project scheduling process reviewed, the next step is to seek your approval for this 10-year plan this evening. And with that, we take any questions or comments from the school board.
Any questions or comments from board members? Director Simon?
Thanks, Zach. Thank you for the quick presentation. That was really condensed. I appreciate that. So let's talk pools a little bit. So we heard a lot about pools tonight, right? Sure. And we've been talking about that for quite a while. So a lot of the public comments tonight, it almost seemed like there's a perception out there that we're getting rid of swimming and diving. We're not getting rid of swimming and diving, correct? I mean, we are definitely, that is not part of a school board priority that I missed?
That was not a recommendation. So okay. We brought to the board an update on pools at the last board meeting. And I think over the last year, we've probably brought at least 3 different updates, maybe
Yeah.
4. And the reason for that was kind of combined with this 10-year plan. And then also, we've just learned new information where we had to make sure that you were aware of the fact that an original estimate of the costs of Northdale and Fred Moore's pools was about $3 to $4 million more than the last time that we
Gotcha.
met.
And that
we
was at
felt
the
it was
last work session that was brought in?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I
So
was
we felt it
traveling
was
for work,
important to bring that to the
unfortunately.
board for awareness. And, I mean, that's just, it's a reality that we're going to have to address somehow, some way. So
Okay,
kind of took away from that meeting some homework on our part to really try to explore any and every option to see how we can address some of those needs and bring that back to you at some point. But as you can see, we have, you know, we do have pools on our LTFM plan.
could you go back to that slide quick, too?
Yeah.
Itemized slide real quick. All right, well, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and I wasn't here in person, I did watch that, so I just wanted to make sure the board has not talked about, or I think
Not that I'm
will
aware of.
not get rid of swimming and diving, I would assume. I definitely am not for that, I won't speak for all the board members. So the money you have out there for Anoka Fred Moore campus pool at 1.9 and the Northdale at 500 for 27, do you need to increase that, or is that what you need for that time to make sure these are still functional pools during this time frame?
So we would probably start work prior to 2027?
Yep, I would
Okay.
guess, yeah.
We need to do a phased approach to that because you can only do so much work in some of these spaces without shutting it down for a long period of time and possibly
Yes.
compromising a swim season. So that's why you phase the projects.
Yes.
As well as, we only get so much money in LTFM each year. Now, as you know, that's only one funding source. We usually do any project with multiple funding sources. That's just the nature of school finance and construction. But anytime you have a project using LTFM funds that exceeds $2 million in any given fiscal year, you have to go through a review and comment process,
We got
which is a
1.9.
pretty significant process. Doesn't mean we can't do it, but we also have many other needs across the school district that are significant needs. And ones that's kind of why we brought that to you, to just make that aware that we're, you know, potentially facing some really tough decisions on, you know, what we're going to invest in, right?
Okay.
So,
So I'm going to give my recap of where I think we are, and you correct me if I'm wrong. So what you have in the LTFM will keep these 2 pools operational for next school year and the school year after that possibly?
yes,
And
that's
then you will need, okay, so that's correct.
structurally and mechanically, yes.
Yep. So
Yep.
kids will be swimming in them.
If that, yes, that's what
Okay,
would happen
thank you.
if we repair
Um,
them, yes.
And then for the future, it's going to cost more, and that will come back to the board, and the board needs to figure that part out. That's what you said, it more than you thought it would.
Well, these 2 facilities are going to cost more than we
Yeah.
thought, yes.
Yeah.
But that work needs to be done, you know, in a phased approach all together. We can't
Okay.
just
So you're
put
gonna
some of it off.
continue
These
to
are
bring
becoming
back that
urgent
plan
needs.
to
And I'm
us.
going to let Ben chime in if I'm saying anything that he thinks isn't really accurate. But
Well, we're doing some work this summer, and we're continuing to do more investigative work on both pools. The problem is, the more we look, the more we find. So that's where that money, that dollar threshold is getting pushed up. And some of it, we can't pick apart. Like, we would not redo the mechanical without redoing the roof where the mechanical sits, right? We found out that there's some structural issues. I mean, it's not failed, but it's end of life. And it's like, we can't replace the roof without replacing the sidewalls. So there's just like, how far do you want to go down the rabbit hole to replace and repair this when there's maybe some other options that we're continuing to look into and we'll bring back with recommendations. But that's just where we just, again, want to make an awareness that it's getting worse. It's not getting better. And, you know, again, not advocating for anything, but just how do we just manage this with everything else we have within our systems?
Got it. So I'm going to revise my comment. So so these pools are going to work for next year, and then you are going to bring back a plan for the board to consider, or plans, options, on how we continue these programs and where and how. Is that fair?
Yeah, unless we get a different direction.
No.
Yep,
I'm not speaking for
That's
the
our
board.
plan. We just wanted
I
to
don't
be
vote for a
sure
different
that we were
direction.
transparent about
Yeah,
the condition and what we're
Understood.
facing with
Okay.
the pools. Because the information has changed in the last couple of months in terms of what we're discovering.
And that'll be up to the board to decide.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Superintendent McIntyre.
Yeah, just to expand on that just a bit more, we talked about this at the last work session too, the Phase 3 timing of budget reductions, when you think programs, not facilities, but just programs. So that's a November decision for the 26-27 school year. You made that decision last November for this coming school year. So we'll be starting that process this summer into the fall for the Phase 3 timeline that we talked about last meeting.
Director Hoekman.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around all the demands and the concern that we have to ensure that the pools are going to be there for our kids so that they can enjoy their swimming opportunities and all the great things that we heard commented on earlier today. You mentioned how the LTFM sometimes gets reorganized according to priority. Do we need to reprioritize this to put some more money behind the pools at this time compared to the amount currently listed?
Well, again, so phasing it is important for two reasons. One is the access, but the second is review and comment. And then, I guess I should say three, the projects, we have a lot of, there's a number of things. Parking lots, right? We have annual, that we just have a lot of parking lot space that constantly requires upgrading. We have roof systems, we have tennis courts at middle and high schools. Those are pieces that we're gonna have to bring to you because those are pretty significant costs. Same sort of a dynamic. We have a lot of students using those during the day and in extracurriculars. So there's a lot of competing demands. That's I think the tricky thing. And they're all great for kids. So we're trying to figure that out as best we can with the funding that we receive. I don't know if I answered your question.
You certainly, so many demands, so many
Yeah.
things that need attention. I'm well aware that we have high schools that need gym floors replaced. There's so many things. I just don't want us to be stuck in a situation, since we do have so much pressure on these two pools, both of them are used by two school teams. We have to ensure that we're keeping them in the right place so that we have them available for the teams that need them. So just want to make certain that we're staying on top of this and providing those opportunities for students.
That's our plan.
Director Audette.
Yeah, I'd just like to build on what Director Hoekman said, because earlier this year, the decision was made to close the Oakview pool, which I did not support. And I in part of the reason why it was determined that could happen was because we had these other pools, and we made, what we said we were going to do was what we're doing, which was invest in them. And it's somewhat the nature of facilities, you guys know it better than anybody, that, as you say, sometimes you dig into something. It takes more money to, bring it up to the standard it needs to. We experience it in our own homes, and it's tough, but it just comes back to the same thing that all of our budget problems come back to, which is prioritization. It's priority. And we can prioritize one thing over another, and we can make these things work. So it's part of the reason that I've spoken before about the need to look at our budget in a different way so that we can have an opportunity to prioritize things. And this would be one that, for me, is definitely a priority, any of the pools. So thanks.
Director Langenfeld.
I appreciate the clarification about not eliminating the program, because I think it is a vital program to part of our student experience, just as each of our young people testified their own experience. And I actually was a competitive AAU swimmer. That being said, more importantly, anytime there would be a program decision is something much bigger for us as a board to address. And so I know we haven't talked about eliminating a program, and that's a different conversation. As far as the budget, if I heard you accurately, and I know we talked about this briefly in my head, and I think you referenced it, you're looking into other areas and options as well in terms of resource and support and, just clarity around maybe there are some better ways to address this. And so that would be something that I know that we'd all be very interested in hearing as well. Just because as we look forward, creative, innovative ways to ensure what we can do the very best with is very much appreciated. And having juggled a lot of resource myself and back in the day, looking at priorities, anytime you remove a program, you've lost it. And I just really that would be the last thing I would really want to see happen. So.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was a current high school student swimmer or a graduate who mentioned the challenge on the Anoka County side to access to pools. That is one of our challenges. Our pools are the pools, the competitive ones. There's pools, but it's a whole different matter to have one that is large enough to hold a multi-team event. And really on this side, anything close is truly Anoka Middle School and Northdale Middle School that have that kind of size. So that's our challenge. As you're aware, for example, with hockey, we don't own hockey rinks, largely because they're super expensive, so we are able to use lease levy dollars. So if there were a facility on the Anoka County side that provided that type of opportunity, that would be a potential savings where you could lease the facility. But that's not an option for us. You start to get into some pretty long distances for students to be able to attend a practice or go to a swim meet to find anything comparable in the area. So, but with that said, I mean, we're still exploring. We're still trying to figure out what the options would be. But this is on here for a reason, because right now this is the best option that we see. It's just an expensive one.
So it sounds like, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but it seems like we're likely not going to close the pools. It's more just a matter of how are we going to get them fixed and when. It's kind of the sentiment I'm sensing. So I have a seemingly unrelated question, but this has come up at previous budget discussions. What is the amount, I guess, again, this is probably a Corey question. What is the amount that the district spends on teacher professional development? I believe it's 2%, right?
Different budgets that can't cross over when it comes to facilities. So we have to, we have money we're required by the state to spend on professional development, but we can't use that for this.
No, that's fair, and I expected that. It is about 2%, though, right?
Yeah.
And what is the requirement around that? Is it like a state law, or like when they gave us the funding, they said it had to be used for?
Yeah, it's in statute.
In statute, just for teacher professional development?
Staff professional development.
Staff professional. Can we implement a how to fix a pool class? And then have them all participate in that one next year?
Maybe, that'd be great. Maybe if I can jump in here, these are good questions. I'm glad you raised them up, because it's not always information people know. And I know you mentioned last meeting that the costs are going up. The materials, services is a challenge for everyone in every industry, I feel like. So you're giving us estimates on what we project costs and services, materials to look like. I went back through this again tonight. It looks like nearly 150 projects. If you just kind of went through the list, over 10 years with that $15 million a year. So,
and I just want to be sure people know that's 150 LTFM projects.
Right.
That's not total projects, because we use capital. Sometimes there are board priorities, so that is just a portion of the projects.
And that's why I appreciate the board weighing in, because really what they're doing is putting that puzzle back together on a regular basis, and how to really squeeze every dollar out of this, right? And I know your goal is to be on time, on budget, done safely. And thank you to the Buildings and Grounds team, because I know we're trying to be as efficient with with what we have and squeeze everything out of that. And so it's really helpful to know we're on point with the board on the kinds of projects that matter the most. So
I think if I could just add to, another huge thing is making sure that, particularly with athletics, that you don't create a situation where you're preventing a team from having their season. There's a lot of timing that goes into these projects to not bite off more than we can chew, so that you know, when whatever season comes around, whether it's fall, winter, or spring, right, that the facility's ready for the student athletes to be able to use it and compete.
Any other thoughts or comments from board members? All right, so if not, members, before us is the long-term facility maintenance LTFM 10-year plan for approval as presented in Appendix Q. Hearing no further requests for discussion, the clerk will call the roll, please.
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
Aye.
Audette.
Aye.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye. 6 in favor and 0 opposed. The resolution in Appendix Q is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Cole and team.
Thank you.
So our next agenda item is item 12, Finance, with 12A, fiscal year 26 proposed budget, all funds for approval tonight. Welcome, Michelle Vargas, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Chair Arco, Superintendent McIntyre, members of the board. I am back once again with our FY26 budget. Tonight, I am looking for approval. There are some changes, as was in your previous presentation from the legislature. That is really the only changes from the last time that we were together. So I will not go over every item in detail as much and leave more time for questions and comments, and really hit the changes from the last time that we met on this item. So where we are today through our whole process, we started out last December certifying the levy. That's the process. That'll start up again pretty soon again for you to do it in September for next fiscal year. We are here at June 23rd to approval of all funds for tonight. So the change is here. In the general fund, we have changes due to the legislative session. We're up $4.75 million in revenue in the general fund, and $3.6 million for the expenditure side, and we'll go through that. But tonight, we are looking for an approval of a $750 million revenue budget and $780 million expenditure. Revenues are up 1.8% over the current amended 25 budget and 2.9% for expenditures. So our revenue assumptions, our revenue increase is $13.6 million, or 2.1%. This is due to the levy that was down by $2.8 million. Our basic formula is an increase of $5.2 million. There's no change there. The $6.95 million increase for special education revenue reimbursement. I know that there's was something said about the reduction for our transportation. As numbers are being updated, I feel that we are still in the ballpark and that we don't need to bring it down with the conservative estimate that I generally have when you really don't know what your expenditures final growth are going to be from that standpoint. So I did not make a change to that with our projected revenue. The next line item is the recognition of that pension aid. So that is that increase of there was an expected increase already, and then it grew by the 0.31%. So the contribution for employer will grow from 8.75 that we had this year to 9.81% for employer contribution for the Teachers Retirement Association. And that is a $3.6 million increase. The next line item, we had $1.3 million projected for our increase in the student support personnel revenue. That was one of them that they decreased when they were moving around funding. So we did lose $780,000 in student support funding, so our increase is only $520,000. The Library aid was another area that they reduced, so we are down 240,000. We were at 663,000 as part of the session. That was the decrease. The next items are not changes. With the English language learner, achievement integration is a reduction just due to pupil unit counts. Facility revenue is a part of the Phase 3 realignment from community ed, and our transfer on the English language learner, 212,000. The next one is we maintained our 2.1 million, so that was a plus. We had that reduction for the unemployment. The funds were gonna run out. There's that one time, again, of $100 million that likely will last us through 26 and 27 at this point. So at that point, we'll be back at the legislature again, looking for funding. And then the invested income is stable at 4.6 million. So those are the real changes that happened since the last time that we were here. The 2.1 million in, the 3.6 million recognition of the funded portion of the pension increase is all funded, and then the reduction of the 780,000 student support and 240,000 in library aid. So as you look at the general fund revenue, we now have an increase, as mentioned, of the 13.6 million, up 2.1%. It was 1.3% at my previous presentation. As we always talk about, the legislature and state revenues over 76% of our budget. We rely very heavily on it. Our property taxes are about 17.5% of the budget, so that time that we spend at the legislature obviously is very important because it is the majority of our funding. When you talk about federal funds, our federal funding in the general fund, in other funds it's more. When you look at child nutrition, that with the heavier funding source, our federal funds in the general fund are only 2% of our actual funding. But still very important. 13.7 million is 2%, but as we look at our reductions in that, it's very important to what we do. On the expenditure side, we're looking at a 22.2 million increase, or 3.3%. The only change in expenditure assumptions is the recognition then on the expenditure side of the TRA employer contribution of 3.6 million. So again, our assumptions, the 2.5 on salaries and 5% on benefits. We had a net reduction of 10 FTE based on our ratios, and then adding in 16 FTE for special ed, projected special ed increases. We have the paraprofessional and office professionals increase for the second year of their contracts at 2.2 million. The transportation, that's our largest increase at 10.3 million. The majority of that was charter transportation. Utilities are in there also in our contracted services. The Minnesota Paid Leave Act, as was also discussed, that takes effect January, so we have a half a year of it. That 0.44% employer side of it is 900,000 for us. And then the increase on our athletic trainer contract, that was a large increase for us. A change in how those were done. We used to get them for free. They used to want to be here to have access, and it's not as funded for them. So that went up each site. So the total was 325,000. And then the recognition of that transfer for the English language. And just a reminder, this budget does include the $9 million in reductions that were approved back in November of 2024, which included 4.9 million of district-wide staff and non-staff reductions, an administrative reduction restructure of 1.2 million, and then our realignment, child nutrition, the supervision charge back, a recognition of additional 400,000. That's where we are able to charge back the child nutrition program for the supervision that's done in the not the kitchen, but the cafeteria during lunchtime. The increase in the technology levy, we were able to access that increase and transfer technology staff. Community education, they used to retain 120,000 to run the facility rentals. They are not retaining that anymore, so that will stay in the general fund. And then the student support aid realignment is $2 million. We will still be able to make that realignment happen even with the reduction by moving into other categorical funding sources. And then we had the fund balance transfer, that the fourth year of the strategic investment will move back into the unassigned in order to offset any further depletion of our target for the 10%. So as we look at the expenditures, we are now at a 22 million increase, 3.3%. It was 2.7% the last time I was here. Again, we are a people business. Our salaries and benefits are 79% of what we do. The next largest area, as you can see, is our purchase services at 80 million. A large portion of that is our transportation. Board Member Simon had asked about it last time. I put some numbers down more. 43 million of it's transportation. 7 million of it is our sped tuition that we pay. We do that out of federal in order to generate the revenue. That switch generated 7 million more dollars in sped reimbursement by using our federal funds to do that. We also pay for contracted for our sped services contracting and PSCO. That's 9.2 million. And then our utilities are about 9 million. So 68.2 million of that 80 million of those items. So Superintendent McIntyre did really good at trying to remember those numbers of where we are at. We were at 16.7 million, so that adjusted operating surplus is now 15.6 million. So we made it with the unemployment and the offset of what was reduced. We went up $1 million in revenue. So that reduced our target now. That would roll into fiscal year 27 by $1 million. Our unassigned fund balance is at 8.5%. We are at 8.3% at the 47 million. Again, looking at all of our assigned and unassigned, 81% of the budget is in the unassigned area. 18% is in the restricted. As a previous comment, we do have the restriction for staff development. It's near the bottom. You can see it's $6 million. It's 2% of the basic formula, and not 2% of our entire budget. And in previous budget reductions, we've already taken almost half of that as a budget reduction, and we charge professional development days in the teacher's contract to that. So in previous reductions, we've set aside half of that almost, and then the rest of it is going into professional development at this point in time. And as Superintendent McIntyre said, it is restricted to professional development. As you can see, you do have the long-term facility maintenance program in the middle at 14.9 million. It's currently in a deficit. You can pre-spend some of it, but at some point you got to make it back up, as we've been doing. So we're, as Greg and Ben were talking about it, you are prioritizing and moving in. It is a very fluid program. But overall, our operating deficit is 25 million. The unassigned portion is that 15.6, and you can see we are still spending down our strategic investments as we move. The largest portion that's left is really in the original strategic investments, and the majority of that right now is our textbooks that we set aside for secondary textbooks at this point. That is the general fund. Does anybody have any questions before I move on to other funds? The rest of the funds have no changes from last time. As you look at the food service fund, all of our revenue has to do with a decrease in projected participation. In speaking with Director Noah Atlas, what he's seeing is just kind of the students are getting old with the free lunches, so they're not seeing as much of the usage of it. So they're seeing an actual reduction in it. He said it's just kind of wearing off with students from that standpoint. So overall, this projection is just based on the reduced participation that they're seeing for the 2.6 million. On the expenditure side, as with most of our budgets, you have your wages, your benefits. So the projected increases in salaries and benefits are $700,000 based on our open contracts. You can see there's decreased purchase services, and that was a discontinuation of contracted staff. So they are doing better, like most of our areas, on staffing at They had hired a contracting service to bring in staff when they had multiple openings in positions, so that was the decrease. There is a projected 1.9 million for supplies due to the higher projected food and milk costs, which we're all seeing with that. It's no different for our child nutrition program. And then they're decreasing their equipment purchases by 1.1 million. They've been very heavy on doing all the upgrades and spending the excess fund balance that they've had and been given the leeway to carry that. And as you look at the next page, you can see in our fund balance coming down to 8.7 million. We're at that 3 months, which we generally are in that area and where the restriction is to carry. It's been lifted for a few years and still is, but they've done a lot of improvements and made capital purchases and redoing the kitchens and the lines. So we're back in track in that area of the $9 million fund balance. As you can see, a very consistent program. Any questions about child nutrition? Community Service Fund, again, another special revenue fund, and very consistent. Our revenue is a net increase of 1.4 million. Most of the increases that you see in here, that 730,000, is due to projected growth. So we have growth in our adult basic ed, we have growth in our early learning programs, and in our non-publics and homeschools. In addition to that, we have an increase in levy. Some of that has to do with increased population. That was a certification of the population that was done by Michelle Trausted earlier. That is directly in line with as we get ready for levy, and that sets the amount that we get the following year then for some of the community ed programs. The other areas that you see is early childhood family education, and that was a levy shifted to equalization aid as they get more equalization aid, and then a decrease in the general community ed levy with adults with disabilities levy. Other program fee and revenues are projected at $384,000, and that's just annual increases to keep the program stable. So overall, a $1.4 million increase, or 4.7%, with kind of a split increase between local revenue and state revenue. Many of these programs are funded by fees. Then on the expenditure side, you're looking at a similar increase, about 1.3 million or 4.2%. The majority of this being in payroll expenses. You have people in front of all of our programs. So as we're increasing our projected enrollments in these programs, we're also seeing increased wages. And we're using the same 2.5% on wages, on salaries, and 5% on benefits. They're also recognizing the Paid Family Leave Act because it's all based on salaries. So all of our funds will see that increased. It's a straight tax, basically, on payroll. There are some staffing additions, again, which then align to increased enrollment that you see. So ABE, ECFE, early learning coordinators, and cultural liaison. There are some reductions also with the ECFE home visitor, pre-K teachers, and pre-K assistant. And we did reduce a community ed director, which was part of phase 2 reductions. There is also increase in purchase services. So they run a lot of services, especially in the Ventures Plus program previously talked about. They do a lot of field trips and that, and those are all contracted services, and they're seeing increases for all those in the transportation. Also increase in supplies as they are reinstating their supply budgets, as those were temporarily decreased in order to balance out funding. And there's still timing of their technology replacement schedule as part of that. Capital outlay is consistent, and 0.7% of their expenditures they use for that. So a $31.6 million program, a 1.3% increase, or 1.3 million increase, or 4.2% for community ed. And very similar to our child nutrition fund, they also run about a 30% fund balance. Very similar size budgets, and very similar when it's a primarily fee-based or large fee-based program in order to carry that type of a fund balance to ride any sort of ups and downs. Moving on to our capital projects fund, this one just recognizes that we're done. All projects have been completed. We've actually spent all of the money. It's finally down to zero at this point. So we will no longer have a capital projects fund until the only time we would have it is if we had another bond referendum, or if there were projects that were over $2 million in LTFM, we have to track them in this fund versus the general fund. So this just shows how we are going to finish out fiscal year '25. So there will be no proceeds left for fiscal year '26. And just kind of to zero out that fund and show that we are completed. For our debt service fund, we have revenue decreasing by $252,000, which is due to our increase in debt excess, and expenditures are unchanged. Our projected fund balance is $3.6 million. The debt was very well planned as we moved into the Fit for the Future, so it's very flat as you look at. Can we go to the next slide, please? We sit at rate point $15.2 million for our expenditures, and very flat, and that was very much intended to keep it flat. It's very confusing and can be deceptive if you're going up and down in your debt service. So it was very well planned. You can see that we sit at about $3.6 million. The debt excess that we talk about is a calculation done by the state. We levy 105% of what our debt service payments are, principal and interest, and if that grows over that, they take it back and reduce our revenue for that amount. So very stable. As a requirement for our debt service, and has to do with our bond rating, we need to show what our debt service funds are made of. So at this point in time, we still have 3 open bonded debts. The first one being our taxable OPEB bonds, and then the 2018-2020 were the Fit for the Future bonds. So you can see we still have at the end of fiscal year '26 a $216 million principal balance. We are also required to talk about our legal debt limit, and our legal debt limit is based on 15% of the market value, less our outstanding debt subject to the limit. The OPEB bonds are not subject to the limit, so it's just the 2 Fit for the Future bond issuances. So we have a margin of $5.1 billion that we are under of what technically our limit is. Our last fund is our trust fund. That is what is the OPEB debt funded. So our revenue is projected to increase by $1.2 million to $2 million. This is just based on anticipated market gains, what we've been seeing in our debts are in the trust fund. The expenditures are also projected to increase by $1.2 million. We've been seeing a $2 million OPEB credits to the operating funds based on the prior year amounts for our retiree claims that are greater than the premiums. That's the implicit subsidy. So our retirees are allowed to remain on our insurance plans until they reach Medicare age at the active rate. And the difference between, because we're self-insured, we get a report that shows the actual premiums that our retirees paid in their actual claims. The difference between that is what we're allowed to draw out of this fund and then replenish and reduce our expenses in our operating funds. Our fund balances remain stable then at $36.9 million. When we issued these funds, our projected OPEB liability at that point in time was, I think, $26.5 million. So if you look at it, we did that in fall of 2009. We've maintained, we've offset expenditures since that time, and we've increased the actual principal that's sitting in that funding source. Originally, the actuaries expected us to run out of money in 10 years. We're past that, so we're doing good in that area. And it was a budget cutting measure in order to issue those bonds and then help us in our operating funds. So with all of that, again, I am here for approval of our fiscal year '26 budget in the amount of $750,959,013 in revenues and $780,156,454 in expenditures. And I will open this up to comments and questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any thoughts or comments from board members? Director Simon?
Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Michelle. The only comment I have is we talked a little bit about the potential cut, right? So it was 16.7 million, and now in this budget, it's 15.6 million. Potential deficit, that would be our cut target. I should quote it that way. And that's great. That's good. Well, that's good. It's not great, but it's better. But one thing we have to remember is that our fund balance was a little better than we thought it was going to be. It's at 8.5%, but that's still not 10%. 10% would take about another $25 million. We're obviously not going to do that at one fell swoop, but we talked previously about that 15.6 might, if the board agrees, I agree with this, would have to be a little more to start building back that fund balance. So I just wanted to remind folks and let the community know that part of it. Thank you.
Any other thoughts from board members? Director Audette?
Thank you. I'm just going to speak to the way that I'm going to vote on this budget, and which I'll be voting no tonight, which will be the fourth time that I've done it in the 4 years that I've been on the board. There's a number of factors leading to the budget crisis that the district faces, but the biggest one that remains is, like I mentioned before, it's a matter of priorities. And for anybody who's watched our board, you know that this board is not aligned on priorities, and the administration is yet to put forward a plan that can solve that. The clearest recent example is the inclusion of social emotional learning in our programming. SEL was among the issues I raised last year during our very public budget deliberations. And as part of the agreement that led to the passing of last year's budget, the board agreed to a plan to review SEL. Many hours were spent by a committee of people, and 3 options were proposed, all of which would have met all of the requirements. And when it all played out, it's now clear that there never was any intent to compromise on SEL programming. Despite significant opposition, the administration and their supporters on the board were determined to see it through, even if it exposed the fact that they had negotiated in bad faith. So tonight's proposed budget includes a $16 million operating deficit that'll have to be resolved with budget cuts. Admin and half the board does not want to do budget cuts. So they will renew the call to raise additional revenue through a voter-approved operating levy. In order to make the situation as desperate as possible, they'll make the case, as they already have, that the $16 million will have to come through the elimination of classroom teachers if a levy referendum isn't allowed to proceed. The tactics are likely to include some of the following, some mix of it. Lobbying efforts. Administration and their allies will engage in extensive lobbying to garner support. They'll hold meetings and discussions in which they'll share reams of information with no other purpose than to pressure members of the board. Public campaigns. To build public support, they'll launch a campaign highlighting the benefits of their plan that will be heavy on emotion and light on detail. One-sided opinion surveys will be used, which will undoubtedly suggest, as they always do, that support for their plan is overwhelming. Negotiations and compromises. Recognizing the need for consensus, they'll call for compromise, but will bring nothing of substance forward from their side. All compromise will need to be made by those of us who do not accept their proposals. Now, they will do all of this even though admin has already reported that all possible cuts have been made, and half of this board has already signaled an intent to accept that conclusion. And so they'll renew their calls to trust the experts. They'll tell us that school finance is too complicated for you for themselves, frankly, for anyone to understand. And they'll claim a moral imperative to let the public decide. In previous meetings, I've asked that the district adopt a zero-based budgeting model, which, if done well, would require each expenditure to be justified using data or other evidence to demonstrate its effectiveness. We've already heard how difficult this kind of budgeting is, and with that, the process to ignore my request has already begun. There won't be time. They won't have the resources, and the detail will not be needed by a board majority, which will lead to no changes to the way the budget's done. And in short, the shenanigans that we saw last month with SEL will repeat. As I've said in the past, the steamroller will come out. Our budget issues are a matter of priorities, comes down to choices, and they're choices we can't make if half the board refuses to do the difficult work that's required because it's easier for them to just trust the experts who just happen to share their worldview on virtually every issue that divides the board. Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Director Hoekman.
We've heard a lot of things tonight, and putting students' needs ahead of all else is the fundamental responsibility of this board, to make certain that we're giving kids the opportunities that they need to be successful. In 2024, the board addressed Phase 2 spending cuts, and at that time, we delayed the necessary reductions and chose instead to rely on the district's fund balance to cover the budget shortfall. In the 6 months since that decision, there's been no further discussion to explore responsible or long-term solutions. In fact, I was requested that we revisit certain budget items and was told the budget has already been reviewed. I find it deeply concerning that the district responsible for the education and future of nearly 40,000 children is not continuously evaluating opportunities for efficiency. In a system this large, ongoing scrutiny is required. Without a review of this massive budget, the cuts will tragically target classroom teachers, and at a time when academic performance continues to decline, I refuse to accept that raising class sizes is our only option. Tonight, I'm voting no because this board must commit to transparency, eliminate spending unrelated to the classroom, and prioritize student achievement above all else.
Any other thoughts or comments from board members? All right, well, if there are none, I guess I have a few thoughts. Oh, Director Langenfeld?
Thank you. As we think about this budget, and we've had a lot of information, thank you for sharing that. I don't believe we have the budget strategy even agreed on by this board. We've talked about it a little bit. A couple board members were not at the last work session. So my intent and belief was that we were going to have that conversation about what our priorities are. To the best of my knowledge, we've not had that. So to already determine what some board members will do or not do seems to be a little ahead of what, kind of jumping ahead. So I would offer that while I am not completely 100% on this budget, my vote will be in support of it, but I too would like to understand what the budget strategy is, because I believe the priority needs to be our students. And I think that, you know, I've had some conversations, I've been looking deeply into it, and I was looking forward to having the conversation with my fellow board members to understand. We can say zero budget, I'm not sure what perspective that means. There are strategies, and I would be very interested in having that conversation before I would determine how other board members are thinking about this budget moving forward. But I do think, in all reality, that we have some very hard decisions to make, and I do think that the most important person in that school is that teacher in front of the kids, that the research would play that out. And then what comes next in layer upon layer. But again, I would offer that I could not predict exactly what other board members would be thinking or saying at this time, because we've not had that collective conversation.
Any other thoughts or comments from board members? Okay, well, I have a couple thoughts. So obviously, there's a lot that could be said about the budget. There's a lot that has been said about the budget in the past. But I guess I'm going to keep it very simple. As the Star Tribune has pointed out in a previous article, it said, just a quote, "The 6-member board is split 3-3 between more conservative members and others more inclined to support equity issues." Generally, we call that being liberal, but I guess they can describe it however they want. But the board certainly is split. That's why we have co-chairs. So, a very effective way to ensure that we have a bipartisan agreement, so to speak, on the budget, is to do what I had offered last time. And I'm just going to keep going back to the same offer and throw it out there again. Not for this budget, for the future budget. So not this round, but for the next round of budget cuts that we're going to be discussing in the future going forward. If the board agrees to a clause that when Corey and his team bring forward the next proposal, it's going to be, itemized in some capacity. We can discuss the details of that when the time comes. But if they agree that any board member may point out any line item, say, line 53, we're paying for this. I'm not convinced the board actually wants that line item to be paid for. Let's take a quick poll of the board, and if we can't find a majority of the board, we'll just pull that out of the budget. If the board would agree to have that clause, that way of operating for the next round of budget considerations, budget cuts, budget passing, I will agree to vote for a referendum. And there were no takers last time. Directors Audette and Simon were not here, so maybe Director Simon would be willing to do that. The reason I put forward this proposal is it's very straightforward. If we were to do that, that guarantees that every single line item in the budget going forward will have a majority of the board, which means left and right agreement, bipartisan support. So we've often been accused, Matt, Linda, and myself have been accused many times of being the divisive members on the board. So I find myself in the strange position of being the one offering a bipartisan, a collaborative solution that I have yet to have any takers on. You'd said, Director Langenfeld, maybe the idea sounded good, but you weren't willing necessarily to commit to it. I really hope you will. But it will take a formal motion at some point and a formal vote to actually do that, which will then guarantee that every line item on that budget has a majority board support, not just here's what Corey and his team brought forward, it's this way or the highway, which is essentially what Director Audette was getting at. So you can all prove us wrong. You can prove me wrong right now. Prove to me that you guys are in fact not the divisive board members, and perhaps we are, and agree to my bipartisan proposal. If not, then I guess the question for you is, why would one of the so-called divisive board members be the one offering the bipartisan proposal that is, for some unknown reason, getting rejected? Director DeShane?
Thank you. So, a few thoughts. School board service should be nonpartisan. The fact that some board members continue to bring politics and partisan perspectives is concerning to me. Secondly, your idea is undefined and unrefined, and therefore unable to be agreed upon with a one-sentence proposal at a discussion like this one today. I also think that the phrasing that you're using, the way that you're speaking to fellow board members is inherently divisive. You're trying to inspire reactions or create division. And I'm not sure why you're approaching it that way. it's concerning to me. You know, I think Director Hochman said it well when this should be about students. We should be focused on student achievement. We should be focused on what they need to succeed coming out of our school district. I haven't heard a lot of that discussion come out in what you're proposing and what you're talking about here. I think some of the phrasing, folks, you know, not wanting to do the work, take the easy way out and just rely on the experts, is convenient rhetoric. And talking about zero-based budgeting, and if we just do it this simple way that sounds so easy, all the problems could magically be solved. And I think that just ignores the realities, and it dismisses the hard work that the teams have done to share this process with us in a transparent and complete manner. We talk about the budget consistently, year-round. We've seen the dates at the beginning of this proposed budget presentation. We've talked about what the next phase will include and how we can get the perspectives on the table, what items are important to board members so that we can land at a place in a discussion that all feel comfortable with. I just think it's really disingenuous to imply that that isn't happening. And that there's, you know, just some easy path through this.
Okay, well, let's consider a couple of the things you said. You said what I was proposing was undefined. Well, I did define it, and I'm going to do it again. The proposal is, when Corey's budget proposal is brought forward, if any board member points to any line item in that budget and says, let's take a poll on that item, if we don't get a majority, we're going to remove it from the budget. That is as specifically defined as it can possibly be. At any time, you can agree to that. So don't know how to define it further than that.
What counts as a line item?
Anything that's in the budget. So to use an example, the last time we passed a budget, there's a big discussion around teaching coaches. That was a line item. And it's broken into various line items, but you could go through them to whatever extent any board member wants to bring a line item up for a vote, they can do that. That's kind of the whole point. So again, it is, and I mean this in the literal sense, it is as defined as it can possibly be. Don't know how to define it more than that. So you say that we have a nonpartisan board. Again, I agree with you in theory and in concept that it would be great that, or rather the board should be nonpartisan. Yes, in theory, I agree with you. It should be. Like I said, the Star Tribune doesn't tend to agree with you. We have co-chairs. To anyone who has eyes in their head, it's plain to see that the board does appear to be partisan no matter what we say. So I wish that weren't the case. It simply is. And then finally, you're talking about how it's creating division. Okay, well, perhaps, but that's why I offered a bipartisan proposal that, if you agree, by definition eliminates any division because it includes a majority of the board, which no matter what will mean we have the conservative and the liberal board members agreeing, no matter what, on every line item. That is the cleanest way to show that this budget has majority support from the board, is bipartisan, and that there's no division whatsoever. So you say that I'm being divisive, but for some reason this divisive board member is the one offering the non-divisive bipartisan solution that's not being accepted. And then lastly, I'd like to point out that you've mentioned in the past that we, the board members, when I've brought up all the people that have voted for us and voted against us, that we represent the whole public. I agree with you. Just because somebody voted against me or you or whoever doesn't mean that we still don't represent them. I agree with that wholeheartedly, which is why I find it so problematic that the way the budget plays out is it essentially excludes what the Star Tribune has described as the 3 conservative board members. So if we represent the whole public, then again, I go back to my proposal. Agree to the proposal, and then that way it ensures that this budget will have bipartisan support from both halves of the board, and that we will in fact represent the whole budget. Because it's not me excluding the other side of the board. Right now, I'm the one being excluded. And then one final thought to throw out here, and this is why I find it so strange. Again, I hope you guys will accept the offer. I'm going to be honest, I don't think you will. But I've put this on the table, and again, test me on it. I will agree to vote to go to the public for referendum if you agree to do this. And what's fascinating to me, and again, because me, Matt, and Linda, we're always accused of being the divisive board members. But here I am offering a referendum. Here I am offering a bipartisan solution to the budget. It's being rejected. It's strange to me that when given that option, because I want the school to be fully funded as much as you do, that it seems like you would rather have the liberal members of the board be in charge of a bankrupt district rather than the entire board be in charge of a fully funded district. That is the saddest thing to me. It's very simple. If you agree to this, it ensures the whole board is represented, therefore the whole public, and you'll get your referendum, and the school will likely be funded. But it's ultimately your choice. Director Langenfeld.
Having been a superintendent for 9 years, I've never bankrupted or gone into statutory operating debt. So I think we have to be mindful and careful of that statement. I think the second thing that I would offer, I'm not sure even the board members where anyone is on referendum. So that's an interesting, if you do this, then I will do that. That's an interesting offer. But for me personally, the question I have is that, and I don't have a problem with any board member asking, and it's been very clear, this board, if you have an item or things you want to actually delve deeper into, that will be something we would all want to hear and discuss. And I can hear Director Simon say that. If a board member brings it up and wants information, we should be doing it and addressing it. But my question to us, and to you in particular, is that if there is an item of question, are we or are we not interested in understanding what it will look like? How will we avoid, perhaps this is a better question, how do we intend then to pull the board and not recognize, or how will we recognize any unintended consequence? Because we've seen the result of mandates that were put forward at the state level and sometimes, that we've talked about. And unintended consequences have rolled out because they did not ask the people in the trenches what the impact would be. So are we going to exclude all the administrative voices and principal voices, teacher voices in this conversation? We're just going to make those decisions? Or is that, I see that as part of the work. So I just want clarity, and I think that's where I'd like to know.
I would say certainly not. We are going to listen to them, and I don't know how you envision the process playing out, but I think you will find, if you choose to do this, we agree on far, far more than we disagree on. It's just what my gut's telling me. But no, we're certainly going to listen to the advice of the experts. They're going to be the ones bringing the proposal forward with their recommendations and their justifications. So hopefully that answers your question. Superintendent McIntyre.
Yeah, and board members, I thank you for the conversation. I want to, here's my perspective. What's in front of you tonight is putting in place the decisions you made in November of last year. Michelle and her team have worked up to this point to put this in place. So your vote tonight is how we're going to operate July 1st. Making all the reductions that the board gave us direction on. So a lot of this conversation is about phase 3 that we haven't started yet. So it's good to hear perspectives. I mean, it's helping us shape that. So I'm just trying to ground you back on your vote right now is just how we're opening the doors July 1st in a week. And then we get year end done. Michelle reminds me a lot about how we got to get year end done and get these things in place. Then we'll take on what this process looks like. What are the acceptable and unacceptable things you want in that process? And so I value both discussions. I'm trying to ground you back in tonight. Your decision is to act on the things you directed us to do back in November. And, as we've kind of put that in, we've been through staffing now, we're doing all those things. So it's allowing us to act on that in our legal requirement. And then we will begin and then transition to that phase 3 process, things you want to see in there. And you all clearly have ideas and perspectives on what you want that to look like. So I hope that gives a little perspective, because we got a lot more conversation to come on what phase 3 needs to look like. And You got an update on the target. That's about as far as we've gone on it, because we have to end this year's fiscal process, get all those things in place. We're going through a lot of adjustments and changes in personnel in the next couple weeks.
Director Simon?
There it is. Thanks, Zach. Corey, you're right. I mean, the decision tonight is on the budget, but a lot has been said, so I didn't prepare anything in advance, so I just took some notes and want to give a few comments from my perspective. So on the budget tonight, as we're continuing our strategic investments, it does not raise class size, and in my opinion, does prioritize student achievement. So that's on the budget tonight. So I am going to vote in favor of the budget tonight. Regarding how to see the budget in the future, I've advocated, and I will again tonight, that board members need to be able to see the budget in a fashion that works for them so they can vote on it, right? And I will continue to say that. My understanding is that that's going to occur for when we come into these budget cuts. I believe that's going to occur. I guess I'm looking at Corey. I believe that's happening. So that would be good. And I believe in that. So I'm going to continue with that. On the, I personally do look at my service. We all have our personal opinions, and I consciously try to take off my blinders and serve in a school board role as nonpartisan. I have done that forever. As a matter of fact, I can say when I first started on the board, community members went to the superintendent, Danny Carlson at the time, and said, you now have a Tea Party member, an ultra-conservative Tea Party member on your board. What are you going to do about this? Over the time, I've been asked from the Republican Party and the DFL, both of them, to run for state office. I have voted in the 4 years often with Matt Audette on items that you would consider, or some might consider, conservative and liberal, right? I'll give one example, that when secondary SEL came forward before the board, I voted no to not bring it forward. When the list of items with our new board came up, I forget how many, 9 or 13 items, I sat down and worked with folks, and we could go over that whole list and see how Anoka-Hennepin has moved. There has been a lot of compromise in that area. So I would say when the Star Tribune labeled me as a progressive branch, I reached out to our communication department, Jim Skelly, and said, please call the Star Tribune and tell them to correct that, because that's not true. So anyone who labels me as left or right or whatever, I'm a public figure, so I guess you can do that, but I really wish that I could bring legal action against you for doing that. And I would ask board members to please not do that. I can't make the media do it, but I'm going to ask you not to do it. And then for this, I don't really totally understand the line item. I'm calling it a line item veto deal offer. But I guess what concerns me is that I've heard things from board members, and I'll give a very specific example. A board member has mentioned that schools only need one principal. We should get rid of the rest. So what you're saying is that if that was a line item on a budget and 3 board members said, let's only have one principal per every school, that would happen. Well, there would be unbelievable, in my opinion, unbelievable repercussions to our schools, to our students, and to student achievement and student disruption that my conscience wouldn't let me vote for that. So I don't exactly know what that deal means, but because of that type of thing, I would not be comfortable with it. Thanks.
I have some follow-up thoughts. So I'm just going to read from the August 2024 board meeting recap. It's an agenda item. I did this once before, but it's worth reading again. It's about the SEL vote. This is the agenda item. Anyone in the public can look it up. It says, below is a recap of the direction from the school board that has support from the majority of the school board members regarding the recent school board work session action plan items that originated from the April 23rd, 2024 school board work session. Here's a summary of the outcomes of the July 15th work session and what the direction of the full board was agreed to. One of them was the superintendent, so this is about SEL. coming back with a recommendation for what to do with SEL. It says, this is the bullet point, the superintendent leadership will have to make sure that the recommendation will get at least 4 board members' support, hopefully all 6. So that did not occur. And I pointed this out before, and it's worth mentioning again. If I am giving the maximum benefit of the doubt to the superintendent and his team and say, well, they tried and they couldn't do it, there's just nothing that this board could have agreed on. I would like to do that, except for, and I pointed this out, the Achilles heel of this entire process is that at no point in the SEL review committee, at no point in that year time where we were reviewing it and Corey and his team are coming out with a recommendation, did he simply ask the question of me, who was on the committee, or any other board member so far as I'm aware. He didn't ask the question, what will you support and what are things you refuse to support? And since the bullet point says the superintendent will have to make sure that the recommendation will get at least 4 board members' support, hopefully all 6. That is the very first step. Before you do anything else, just pull the board members and say, hey, what do you have to have in there to approve it? And what are things that you absolutely refuse to vote for? If Corey and his team had done that, and they had come forward and said, look, we tried our best. Here's what you guys told us. There's simply no overlap that you can agree to. So sorry, there's just no proposal I can bring forward that will work, then I would be inclined to agree with him and say, yep, I do remember that you did ask us. There's simply nothing we agreed to, except that never occurred. And in fact, not only did that not occur, Corey knew for a certain fact that at least Director Audette alone had said that he will not support any curriculum that's CASEL endorsed. So right off the bat, the superintendent's recommendation already excluded at least 1 board member right out the gate. And to my knowledge, none of us were asked in the first place, despite me being at the committee. The reason I bring all this up, going back to what you're saying, Director Simon, is you did mention that at one point you had voted with Matt. To my knowledge, that's the only significant vote. I'm just being honest, I don't recall any other big ones that it was like you and Director Audette versus other people. You voted with him before the 3 of us were on the board regarding a no vote on an SEL adoption. So the way that politics works is that when there is already a majority vote, someone who, you can safely vote no as an individual, and it will be more of a symbolic vote than a vote that has any ramification whatsoever. And while we'll never know for sure if that's what you intended at the time it was only going to be Director Audette, and then you also voted no, but it was still going to be 4-2. It was going to pass no matter what. Matt knew that, you knew that, everybody knew that. Whether or not you voted with him, it was going to pass. So while it's true that you voted with him, it's also true that perhaps it was a symbolic vote, and we'll never know for sure because we don't know what your intention was. What we do know for sure is that you did agree and you gave the superintendent the direction that I just read. He did not do it. And when it came time to vote for the SEL curriculum, you did not vote with Director Audette. So when your vote actually was going to make a difference, you chose to depart from voting with Director Audette. And all of the board members, despite it saying right here, the full board agreed to this. I have yet to see any board member say that we're going to go back and make sure that this occurs, even though the full board agreed to it according to the agenda item. So if you're wondering why Director Audette is saying that all of these things have been done in bad faith, well, there is your smoking gun evidence that all of this has been done in bad faith. In the previous year, I had mentioned that, board members had offered to work together on various things, and we're going to work through some things, and I was optimistic, and I said I'd vote for the budget on those grounds, and so I did. Unfortunately, since then, I've kind of been disproven, as I just read. I don't really think that a good faith collaboration effort has been made. That being said, I still do not think it is in the best interest of the district to vote no on the budget. But what is also simultaneously true is, as we pointed out many times, despite Director Simon wanting to remain nonpartisan, the board is still split. It's a reality anybody can see who looks at the board. It's split, and it's not hard to figure out on what lines it's split. So I am going to just give this one to the public this year. There is an election this year, and if they would like their board to remain split, that is the public's choice. And if they'd like the board to get unstuck, that is also the public's choice. But at least for now, I still think it is in the best interest of the district to vote for the budget, despite having some concerns over it. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. Director Simon.
Well, as I was publicly disparaged by you, I would like to make an offer. And I'll say that to start, the very first time I've ever been on a board that a board chair, co-chair has mentioned to the public in a way to say, hey, you know who you need to vote for. Right? You didn't say that specifically, that's what I took from it, which is, wow. I mean, talk about bringing politics and partisanship onto the board table. But again, if you go back and actually look at my votes over the years, you would be able to see, I'll speak to the public because you, in my opinion, publicly disparaged me on the SEL vote. I said in the public meeting during that night that if there was an option to continue with the elementary and get rid of the secondary, I would do it. That was not an option. I also said that I looked at every lesson in the elementary, and there was not any concerning cultural issues that the national talking points are about what is infused in public education. The public, every board member could have looked at that. Maybe you did. No one has ever brought up a concern. And then I addressed Castle specifically, is that I thought it was reasonable for Member Audette to bring that up. In the past, when a program has come to the board, I brought that up also. The difference between, in my opinion, again, between Castle and the previous ones that I voted no on, was that it was a direct company with direct concerns. Specifically, they were lobbying the federal government for gun control. And that was the specific company that was trying to get curriculum into school districts. Castle is a separate company from the company that makes our SEL curriculum. So I just want to make sure the public, the public gets to believe who they want to believe. I think having a board member mischaracterize and put intentions in another board member's head on their vote is unprecedented, first of all, so congratulations there, but I also think very inappropriate. And on the bipartisan part, I've said this before, I haven't heard board members say they disagree with it. In my opinion, it's not a left or right or conservative and liberal. It's board members who trust our experts and believe in our experts, and board members who do not. And you know what, if being called liberal is now because you trust our educational experts, I mean, if that's the new definition, that doesn't make sense to me.
So, interestingly enough, Director Audette is also up for election this year, and he can also get voted off. So you can choose to interpret my words however you want, but the reality is there are two ways that the public can unstick the board. I did not specifically mention which one it was.
I did,
Second
I
thing,
think the public did too.
well, that's fine. There are two ways the public can unstick the board. Second, you were in fact on a board with a chair that disparaged another board member. In one of her last meetings, Chair Anderson previously did disparage Matt. I got to watch it. Not one of the other board members decided to point of order her or say anything or do anything about it. It just occurred. And that was when it was essentially Matt versus the rest of the board is kind of how the vibe of the board felt at the time. So that did occur. You were on the board. You did nothing about it. Second, I did not assign any intentions to you. I simply pointed out the fact that when there was nothing at stake to vote with Matt, you did it. And then when your vote could make a difference, you didn't vote with Matt. If I would have gone one step further and say, so this is definitely what your intention was, then yes, then I would be assigning intention. But I didn't do that. I'm simply connecting dots, and as you pointed out, the public can draw whatever conclusions they would like. But the reality is, when there's something at stake, you didn't vote with Matt. It's really as simple as that. Director DeShane.
So you had mentioned that the current budget isn't reflective of this current new board. And Director Simon mentioned the list and the changes. If you look at the items that were brought forward on social media by Director Audette and then brought into work sessions by this board to discuss, you'll see the following changes that are reflected in this current budget that were compromises or movements of the district toward the direction of yourself, Linda, and Matt, as you have characterized it. The cessation of standards-based grading, the delay and the lack of implementation for social studies curriculum, new textbooks and the standards. Major changes and reductions in professional development opportunities for staff. Canceling the participation in the Minnesota Student Survey. Not adopting new physics curriculum so that students are still using 25-year-old textbooks. An entire restructuring of the curriculum department as a part of our administrative changes. Those are just the ones I could quickly grab out here that are just some directional changes that have happened that are reflected in this new budget. You also mentioned that, you know, the superintendent didn't ask you for your support and not, like, what would you support and what wouldn't you support? But you mentioned that you were on the committee. And so my question back to you would be, did you participate in the committee? Did you offer your feedback and your perspective as a committee member, which is the purpose of a committee? We are all professionals sitting here at this table who sought out this role to do the hard work of school board governance. And part of that is saying what we need and what we don't need. We don't need to be asked. We don't need to wait to be asked. So that's a perspective that I would share. And then lastly, I think the split that people feel on this board can be defined in many different ways. I would add that it appears to be based on the lines of those who love public schools and those that do not.
Director Langenfeld.
If you recall, I'm looking at an email that I had sent after a meeting asking why we would do a cell review if we are going to ignore the voices of the people. And for me, the reason I supported the cell curriculum is because of the strength of the feedback that we received. And the response afforded me the opportunity to think that we would be not disingenuous in making that decision prior to asking the people. I am a firm believer that you don't go out and ask if you're going to ignore what people respond to. So, and I've sent it to co-chairs and the superintendent as well. And my sense of your response, Co-Chair Arco, was that it wasn't preordained or predetermined. So I had concerns if it was or it wasn't as well. I'll send it to you so you can review it.
It's funny you say that. You're a firm believer that we don't ask. If you're just going to ignore the people you ask, perhaps that's why the board was never asked what they wanted to see on SEL. Because had the question been asked, we would have been ignored anyways. It's true that I could have raised questions at the SEL review committee, but that's not really the question. That's not really the main issue. The main issue is if I ask questions, does it make a difference and does it do anything? I did try to participate in the first meeting. There was no traction there. And I participated in the second meeting. Again, no traction. It made no difference. And I want to go back to something. So now if we're going to talk about intentions, that actually was an intention, what you just said. Those who love the public school and those who don't. You can point to actions I'm doing that would indicate that I do or don't love the public school, but to bypass the actions and just go straight to what my intentions are, that actually is what Director Simon was referring to. So, Director Simon, I'm looking forward to seeing you condemn Casey for doing that, as you just did me. But let's just discuss that for a minute. Do I dislike the public school? Well, I went to the public school. I had a great time. My kids are going to be going to the public school. My oldest child is entering kindergarten next year. And the thing that troubles me is that when we have a public school where half of the students cannot pass standardized tests, and we're evacuating classrooms on a regular basis, removing the opportunity for an entire classroom of students to learn because one student is acting up, and then I'm trying to address those issues. I'm trying to bring those issues to the forefront to do something about these things, and now you're accusing me of not loving the public school. No, I do. That's why I want the students to pass. And I'm simply here acknowledging that everything that we've done thus far, with the classroom evacuation thing being perhaps one of the cornerstone issues, has not lent itself to students succeeding. And so simply because I'm here advocating for changes that you don't agree with, it doesn't mean I don't love the public school system. It just means I don't agree with the direction that you think the public school system should be going. We've done it the way you've been advocating for quite a bit of time now. Previous boards, that's exactly the track we're on right now, where previous boards have put the district on. It's not working. So simply because I'm advocating for a change doesn't mean I don't love the public school system. I do. It just means I don't agree with you on what it will take to make the public school better, if that makes sense. Director Audette.
I think the discussion is about ended, so I'd like to call a question on the budget.
All right, question has been called. All right, will the clerk please call the roll for the vote on the budget?
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
No.
Audette.
No.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye. With 4 in favor and 2 opposed, the 25-26 budget in Appendix T is approved. Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for the presentation. Next, we have item 13A, Authorize Anoka-Hennepin Association of Community School Coordinators 2025-2027 Master Agreement. Welcome, Dr. Jennifer Cherry, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Good evening again, Chair Arco, members of the board, Superintendent McIntyre. This evening, I'm pleased to announce that our community school coordinators have ratified a new 2-year agreement with the effective dates July 1, 2025 through June 30th of 2027. Thank you to the members of the association and the district bargaining team for their work in negotiating an updated employment contract. The tentative agreement reached includes a 2-year salary increase for employees ranging from 3% to 6.18%. Within this, employees on steps 1 through 10 of the schedule receive step movement and salary schedule increases of 1.5% each year. And employees with 20 years of seniority receive salary increase of 3% in the first year and 0% in the second year. District contributions towards insurance increases by 5% each year of the contract. The total cost of the 2-year agreement is $1.3 million. There are 8 employees in this unit. This is a change of $59,000, which is equivalent to a 6.1% package. The proposed agreement, as provided in Appendix V in your packet, is within the authority provided by the school board, and as a result, I'm seeking approval of the contract as presented.
Board members, are there any questions for our presenter? All right, if not, members, before us is the Anoka-Hennepin Association of Community School Coordinators 25-27 Master Agreement for approval as presented in Appendix 5, Appendix V. Hearing no request for discussion, the clerk will call the roll, please.
Simon votes aye. Hoekman.
Aye.
Audette.
Aye.
Langenfeld.
Aye.
DeShane.
Aye.
Arco.
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the Anoka-Hennepin Association of Community School Coordinators 25-27 Master Agreement in Appendix V is approved. Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Next, we have item 13B, Labor Relations Update. Welcome again, Dr. Jennifer Cherry, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Thank you, Board. This evening, I will be presenting a labor relations update. This is in alignment with Policy 209, which is our negotiations code of ethics, which indicates that administration will review the status of negotiations at public school board meetings. Again, note this is consistent with open meeting law, the information I will present, as well as PELRA. And with that, our detailed negotiation discussions are addressed in closed session of the school board. Background information on our employee groups. We do have currently 19 employee groups, which include 5 unaffiliated groups and 14 bargaining groups. One of those bargaining groups, the one with the 24-25 master agreement for school readiness and K readiness teachers or our preschool teachers, has actually will be concluding on June 30th of 2025. That group is going to be absorbed by our comprehensive teacher group and will be negotiated along with our K-12 teachers, ABE teachers, and ECFE teachers. So moving forward, we will have, after the end of this month, 13 bargaining groups. We do have master agreements already in place for 23 through 25 for our child nutrition assistants, community school coordinators, and actually you just updated an approved contract for them with a new 25-27 agreement. Education support specialists, principals, teachers, school office supervisors, school service employees, special education supervisors, and technical specialists. These are the groups that I'll be providing an update on tonight. The other groups have existing master agreements that go through June 30th of 2026. So moving forward, we are in the beginning stages of negotiations with a few of our groups, our building service employees, which is represented by SEIU Local 284. This is a group of almost 200 employees made up of our custodial, maintenance, and warehouse employees. We have met 3 times so far. Our next meeting is scheduled on July 1st. And I would say we are still at the preliminary stages of finding agreement on a settlement. I just mentioned the community school coordinators. We actually were not able to remove that before this presentation went to print, but we do have a ratified and now authorized agreement with this group. The next group that we will be starting with is our largest group of teachers. They are represented by Anoka-Hennepin Education Minnesota Local 7007. Within this group, we have 3,267 employees, and we begin negotiations with them on July 10th. Looking at the future, we have 6 additional groups that you see on the screen here. Our 2 largest of the 6 are our child nutrition assistants and our principals. These groups are yet to be scheduled. Typically, many of these groups choose to wait until we get further along with our larger group, our teachers, before we begin negotiations. So we will continue to come back to you with updates as we progress through this negotiation season and provide regular updates both here at school board meetings as well as update our negotiations webpage, which will be on our new employment, linked to our new employment page on our website. And so with that, I'm open to any questions or comments that the board may have regarding our labor relations update.
Any questions or comments from board members? All right, well, hearing none, thank you very much, Dr. Cherry.
Thank you.
And finally, we're nearing our last board agenda item, item 14, board correspondence and communication. Members, this is your opportunity to share happenings in your community, report on committee assignments or other items of interest. Does anyone have anything they would like to share? Director DeShane.
Thank you. I just want to offer congratulations to the Champlin Park baseball team on making state and sharing a 3rd place finish. I enjoyed watching your strategic base running, your excellent fielding, and the teamwork at your games this season. Great job.
Director Simon.
Thanks. I had the opportunity to go and help chaperone an 8th grade field trip. Many of our schools were there, but I was with Coon Rapids Middle School at Valley Fair. And I could just say I rode on the bus. I was there all day with them. And I will tell you, I think we had, don't quote me, it was 200 to 300 students. It was a lot of students. And they could not have been better. On the bus, perfect, great kids. At Valley Fair, they represented Anoka-Hennepin just wonderfully. There were some other schools there, not Anoka-Hennepin, maybe didn't represent as well as our folks, but our students just did amazingly, and specifically, I was mostly with Coon Rapids Middle School, but saw, I think Sunrise Elementary was there. I think there were a few fifth grade classes too. So just wanted to mention that our students represent very well.
Director Langenfeld?
I have two things. First, I want to thank the administration who worked closely, and Tim Fournier, who worked closely to open up Champlain Park High School last week, to have an opportunity for community from Champlain as well as the community of Brooklyn Park come together to recognize and honor the legacy of the Hortmans, and then as well as the Hoffmans, but to get more details. So thank you for that. Co-Chair Duchesne and I did attend. There were many, many community members who expressed their gratitude for having something bringing the two cities together. And clearly by the work that they have done together through this difficult time, they spoke very much in the importance of unity. And the mayor from Champlain actually shared a story, a personal story, where he and the mayor from Brooklyn Park just are so together on making sure each other have what they need. And they came together Sunday night, I think, after they had apprehended the perpetrator, and they just hugged. And he said, you know, it just really was a really important part of bringing our cities together. So as we honor and remember, just to recognize also not only the legacy of Melissa Hortman and the work that she did, and I think several talked about her being a unifier and crossing the aisle and speaking respectfully and working together, that we keep that spirit of collaboration and work toward that. We're not maybe where we need or want to be, but we all can do better is really my takeaway from that. And the other thing I just wanted to share is that tomorrow there is a retirement for Dr. Wolverton from 2 to 4 at the Education Service Center. And I personally have worked with Dr. Wolverton for a very long time, over many years in different capacities. But what I really think a very important thing that she has done for our students and for the future of this district is to land that ELA curriculum with the science of reading. She was well ahead of our teachers being involved in getting the training they needed well before it was directed to do so, and having that insight, knowing that even though when Wonders was adopted, it was probably one of the forefront leaders in transforming the literacy curriculum, and to the board who voted in favor of that. But recognizing that there was much more that needed to be done, so she went out and made sure our teachers were trained, and that's why we are positioned well. So I just wanted to publicly thank her for that. Literacy is a priority of this board, and she certainly set us up to be in good shape to embrace that and to continue moving forward. So it will be great for our students. It already is.
Any other comments from board members? All right. The next item on the agenda is 15, the executive session. The executive session will be closed pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, for discussion of attorney-client privileged information regarding matters related to female athletes United versus Keith Ellison et al. The closed session will be held in room 317, the Michael Sullivan Room. I would entertain a motion to move to closed session for the reasons just stated. Thank you, Director Ardette. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Duchesne. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will all those in favor say aye? Aye. Any opposed say nay. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, we will move to a closed session in the Michael Sullivan Room. We'll take a 5-minute break. The current time is 10:22 PM.